righty-ho. So that is YouTube up. So if you do hear me interacting and you can't quite see the person in the chat, that is because I might be talking to them on TikTok, or I could be talking to them over here on YouTube when I actually put the comments up so that I can see them. For now, we are just recapping for the YouTube page. We are just recapping on yesterday's. So I'm going to leave that audio in the background while we wait, and let's hope that they get the show on the road ASAP. I suppose they're thinking about 8:30. It's weird that it's only 8:30. I don't like spiders. We're talking about spiders over here on TikTok. TikTok.
It seems to have some stage presence there, right? Let's bring back in our guests, Rex Connor, Adam Cox, Lori's uncle. And Adam is Lori's brother. They're also the uncle and brother of Alex Cox. And they have a podcast, Tylee and JJ Silver Linings, great insight, and their book, Lori's Lies and Family Ties. All right, Adam. So I know your sister Lori, I think it was Mrs. Texas. She was in a pageant there, did very well. I think you have a career in broadcasting as well. Was your brother like a performer too, Alex?
I seem to have podcasted and broadcasted.
Well, you know, Alex, I think, had the most talent. He just didn't have the ambition to do the things that he should have done.
It was a long day yesterday,
He's great with impressions. And
we had Coburger hearings after.
I mean, he wanted to do stand-up, but he really didn't want to do it. I think he just lacked the attorney to put the work in to do it, to be honest with you. But yes, he was talented, and he had a lot of he made a lot of people laugh a lot of the times. He had a great sense of humor.
And you know, when we think about what transpired here, like it seems from some of the evidence I'm seeing that he Rex becomes sort of like the hitman for this cult that Chad and Lori have created. I mean, it's bizarre. What are your thoughts, Rex, about your nephew, Alex, and his relationship with Lori?
Yeah, that is strange. I believe that's true. They became, in effect, the hitman. It's not like he was protective of Lori his whole life. It's not like they had that relationship their whole life. I think it intensified when, again, with the Joe Ryan situation, he decided, hey, I'm going to step up and be the defender here. But it really took root when he converted, and it was like a religious conversion. It was like one day he was laughing at it, and the next day he had listened to the right podcast that did the right things to him emotionally or spiritually, whatever it did. And he was converted, and when he got converted, he was in whole hog. And so, you know, they created, they both, Chad and Lori, knew how to manipulate him, and they did it very well. And I'm not saying they took an angel and turned him into a devil, but they knew how to push the right buttons and get him to do what they wanted him to do.
Adam, how would you describe the relationship between your brother and your sister? Because, and we've heard this interview that was done with your brother's ex, who described a very strange, bizarre, they were sort of like play acting, like they were engaging in some sexual contact. They had all their clothes on.
It's all a bit
it's like in front of everybody. Like, what was going on between those two?
No, that won't ever happen to me, Charlie. I absolutely will never warm up to that spider.
Rex and I talked about this. We did 2 podcasts on just Alex, just because we just, it's hard to imagine that he went off this deep end with them. But as far as Alex goes, he's as you heard, stand-up comedian, likes to joke. A lot of his jokes are inappropriate, which, a lot of people, if you, are offended by things that are inappropriate, then yes, you would be offended by that. But joking around all the time. So I've never seen anything with Lori and Alex that was, out of the thing where I'd be like, oh my gosh, that's shocking. So, but did Alex go, was he, inappropriate as far as trying to do some of his humor or make people laugh? Yes, a lot of comics are. But as far as Lori and Alex's relationship, Lori was never close to Alex. The whole time we were growing up, or even after that. It really just started, like Rex said, when Lori said that Joe molested her kids and wanted somebody to do something about it. And Alex was the one that says, okay, I'm going to do something about it because this can't, happen, or whatever he decided to do. And that's where I think they started being closer. But even then, it wasn't like Lori would call Alex and talk to him all the time or have a close relationship with him. It just seemed like once Lori started having people read the books and watch the podcast that she wanted people to read and watch, she asked me several times to read whatever the book, The Glory Working, or whatever that book is, that I was like, I'm not reading it, and go to these meetings. I said, look, I'm not into that. I'm never going to do that. Well, Alex unfortunately did do that, and he got hooked into it. So
spiders know.
That's where their relation started to be close.
Know.
So they were never really close, or anything that's like inappropriate as far as that goes. I never saw anything like that.
Let me ask you, Adam, so when your brother shoots and kills your sister's husband, Charles, did they call you and tell you what happened?
Oh. No. I obviously was the person that was outside the family. Nobody wanted to talk to me or tell me anything. Charles was dead for 3 days before I even found out. And to me, those are all red flags. Why didn't anybody tell people if it was just an accident, or if it was self-protection, or whatever the excuse that Lori and Alex, or whatever stories they came up with to my family or to other people? Why in the world wouldn't you tell people? Why would you hide it? And why did Lori lie about how Charles died to everybody something different? I mean, there's so many red flags about it. It just really irritated me.
Any minute now, I reckon.
That, nobody told us anything, told me anything. So, yeah, that was a hard pill to swallow.
All right, our guests are staying with us. We appreciate all your time tonight. Incredible insight into all this. When we come back, we're going to talk about the death of Tammy Daybell and try to understand how this is going to play out in this trial. Because it looks like the same.
We are in the room. Oh, hang on. Why is that? What the hell?
Get on before going to the record. We approach. Yes.
Our guests are staying with us. We appreciate all your time tonight. Incredible insight into all.
Go. There's little Chad. That's the witness box, and that's the judge. That's the judge. Now we just need some action. I feel like Chad's really tall. Yeah, probably. He also looks like his head's square on the top. Jen is back in the house. Whew. So come back, Judge. See, that's what I don't understand. Like, they can re-erect a brand new house from nothing in months. Like, a full house. I don't understand. Are they doing just yours, or are they working on the other ones as well? Got ya. That's rude. They opened the courtroom up, they brought the judge in, and now the judge has wandered off. Off with his head. Well, yeah. Nothing. We haven't missed anything. We're just... No, I caught myself. Where it's really tender. With my nail. Just literally stabbed the most sensitive part of my body that's very sore right now, and I just accidentally jabbed it and no time to rest, Charlie. Oh, it'll happen a million times over. It's my own fault. If I just stop picking at my skin, wouldn't have an issue. But no. Come on, Judge, come back. I'm hoping they do a short day today. It's going off now. It's horrible, isn't it? The satisfaction. Something not right with me. I just got to be careful. Just got to be careful. Just got to be careful. It's like, Judge is like, I'm going on my Ollie Bobs. I'll be back in an hour. Oh. Serve me right, won't do that again. Yeah, it's like, why leave it alone when it's just screaming? Where's Chad's attorney? Oh, they must be at the desk with the judge. They must be having a sidebar. Now, bearing in mind, they've just been in a little bloody what's-it face, haven't they, all morning? And now they're back in a sidebar. Make it make sense. Yeah, it is. Then we may, like, jump from trial to trial, depending on where we're at and who's still hanging on with dear life. I'm already tired from yesterday's bloody shabarkle. Mr. Co bloody Burgle. Woohoo! We have sound.
Sarah, we could have the jury trial. Yes, no. He can see it. Sarah, we could have the jury trial. Yes, no. He can see it.
I literally feel like I could go and nap now for about 3 hours. Yeah, me too. I agree, Faithless. I mean, the way she's controlling him, the judge that is Miss Taylor. Yep.
All rise. All rise.
The jury is present and accounted for.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailey. Please be seated.
The jury is present and accounted for.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailey. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We're back on the record on case CR 22-2116.
All right, good morning, everyone. We're back on the record on case CR 22-2116, 2-3 State of Idaho versus Tammy Daybell. This is the second day of introduction of evidence in the state's case in chief. Although the state is here and present,
Mr. Wood is the state
Mr. Wood was conducting an examination of a witness. Mr. Wood, is the state ready to proceed this morning?
Yes, sir.
Also, the defense is present, the jury along with counsel, and the defendant.
and all 18
The court also notes the jurors are all properly seated, and all 18 jurors have returned. The court's also confirmed that the jurors each completed their applications and are and actually into the case. So we appreciate you following that admonishment as well. One other is that I just wanted to bring up.
Interesting.
When we got started with additional evidence, is the court's live streaming this hearing, this trial. There are, there's a,
maybe wasn't coming through very well on that.
the audio maybe wasn't coming through very well on that. I'd ask the attorneys if they could talk right at the mics. Of course, that helps as well. Our court reporter making the records, official position, the live stream comes through the official channel. That can be somewhat difficult to find if you go to the Idaho Supreme Court website. However, there is a website on Ada County about this trial, and if you just Google the term Ada County Daybell trial, there's an easy link to find the court's official live stream, and that's the most direct signal. So for those that are observing the trial online, so you're having any issues with that direct signal or source of the signal, perhaps you could go to that direct signal, which is the best source of the live stream proceeding. So, we had Detective Hermosillo was on the stand yesterday. Direct examination, is that correct, Mr. Wood?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll have the witness recall then if you're ready to proceed with additional testimony.
Thank you.
All right, Detective Hermosillo was sworn in yesterday. I'll remind you, you are still under oath for your testimony.
Detective Hermosillo was sworn in yesterday. I'll remind you, you are still under oath for your testimony today. And to confirm, not being the state's case agent, I just want to confirm that you didn't review any witness, so we don't need to do that on this particular witness. So, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to just inquire on further direct, you can do that at this time.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Detective. We discussed, second, when we finished off yesterday, what you had found, discussing a burial site, and just for what you had found or what you had observed at a burial site, and just for purposes of the jury. What site were you at when you found the body you were speaking of yesterday?
We were at the site that we deemed JJ's burial site.
The United States, and where, Your Honor, if I could be given States Exhibit 10A. If I may publish that?
Yes, it's admitted, correct?
If I may publish that?
Yes. Correct.
Yes, it's admitted, correct?
Yes.
So,
Detective, if you could, just for purposes of clarification, Detective, if you could, the location, just for purposes of clarification, with a pointer, point out the location you were speaking of.
It's a burial site
on the other side of this pond,
Thank
just
you,
underneath
Mr.
the stream. It's
Tom.
the burial site on the other side of this pond, just underneath the stream.
Now, you call it a pond, when you were out there on June 9th, was there water in it?
No, there wasn't.
When we had left off, your testimony was. And
Anyway,
again, just to clarify, and when we had left off, your testimony yesterday was, is it correct that you had, what you observed was, what appeared to be a small body wrapped up in a black plastic bag?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the
thank
witness
you,
be handed
Jen.
State's exhibits. Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's exhibits 10B through 10M. Through 10M.
Why have you been very bad? Pray tell. I'm going to see if I can find. I'm usually good at getting there. I don't know. What's this judge's name? We are in a team. We got new subs yesterday. We got Natalie who joined the gang. Okay, let's do it this way.
Detective, can you review those exhibits and let me know when you got a chance to? Detective, can you review those exhibits and let me know when you got a chance to?
Hey, anyone?
Detective, do you recommend State's exhibits 10B through 10M?
Yes.
Detective, do you recommend State's exhibits 10B through 10M?
Yes.
What do they report to you?
The west side of the defendant Daybell's. There's a photograph of
Voice.
the west side of the defendant Daybell's residence.
Oh, why do I keep using that? Should have.
June 9th, 2020.
And do you know where these photographs were taken?
On June 9th, 2020.
That's where the photographer.
No.
And you were on the property that day.
That's good.
Each of the areas that are photographed. And were you able to observe each of the areas that are photographed in these exhibits?
Yes.
You saw them with your own eyes. True and accurate representations of what you observed on June 9th, 2020. And are these true and accurate representations of what you observed on June 9th, 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for Commissioner of State's exhibits 10B through 10M.
Any objection?
I'm sorry, Judge. Just what
You're
you're
on
on 10B.
10B, correct.
I'm sorry, Judge. Just what you're on 10B, if I could. Otherwise, I'm fine with the rest of the exhibits.
Okay, so let's, read that then. So 10C through 10M have been offered, or mentioned, already there, 10B.
And officer, you're looking at 10B, is that right?
That's even.
Yes.
For now.
Yes.
And the vehicle that's parked
In 10B, is that the vehicle that was, the position of the vehicle at the time that you testified about Mr. Daybell?
Let's hope that's
not the
clear.
vehicle that Mr. Daybell's in. Do you know what vehicle that is? The driveway looks like a Subaru. Okay, is that the driveway that you're making reference to? That's correct. So in other words, somebody else's vehicle is there. We don't know whose vehicle that is. It's not the one that Mr. Daybell was in. You don't know whose vehicle that is. You don't know when the vehicle was put there. No, sir. You don't know who the owner of the vehicle is. That's correct. I'm going to judge foundation. All right, Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, so you don't know whose vehicle that is, correct?
Many things, including
You were still there that day. Okay. Do you recognize this as Mr. Daybell's residence?
Yes, I do.
And this is a true and accurate representation of Mr. Daybell's residence?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I think sufficient foundation has been laid.
I just make a record that I'm objecting also on the basis of relevance. It looks like it's a picture of a vehicle in the driveway.
Okay, well, the picture shows many things, including a vehicle. I'll allow the state to have this admitted, and sufficient foundation's been established, so 10B is admitted as well as the others.
Thank you. Detective, if you will, Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
That is the west side of the Daybell residence. When I testified earlier to coming out and standing in the lawn area, that's not the vehicle that Mr. Daybell was in, but it's similarly parked that way back in.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 10B?
That is the west side of the Daybell residence. When I testified earlier to coming out, standing in the lawn area, that's not the vehicle that Mr. Daybell was in, but it was similarly parked that way back in. And that's the driveway he was sitting in when I was observing. Look over his right shoulder toward the pond area.
Detective, do you have that with you?
I stood more towards the.
Can you point to where you were standing when you initially observed Mr. Daybell's behavior?
It wasn't back in as far as this.
I was standing here in this area.
And when you said that you positioned yourself so that you could see what you thought he was looking at.
That's correct.
Where did you go?
I stood more towards the driveway area. The vehicle that Mr. Daybell was in was up further this way. It wasn't backed in as far as this vehicle in the photograph.
And can you see, and just to clarify, is that when you looked back and saw the activity under what became the first burial site?
Where G.
Well, I was looking forward at that time. I was facing this direction. And I aligned myself.
Can't even really see it
up here
on
more,
the screen.
and he was just looking towards this area here.
Now, can you see the first burial site from where you're?
Looks like a
Yes, it's the tree I spoke about earlier. This is the tree where JJ was buried underneath. This right here is the pond. You can see just
photo.
a little bit more taller shrubs around the top of the pond area. But this is the tree that JJ was buried underneath.
So is it fair to say that even from the front or the middle of Mr. Daybell's front yard, you can see that location easily?
That's correct.
Had burnt tree limbs, there's various little pieces of trash.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit C, 10C?
Not good, is it?
And the way it appears in that image.
When I testified, I was tasked with sifting through the fire pit. This is what we deemed the fire pit. It had burnt tree limbs. There was various little pieces of trash. It was in the middle of round cinder blocks. So that's what we deemed the fire pit is.
And the way it appears in that image, that's the way you found it that day?
The driveway.
Correct, it was that morning, yes.
Looking in the same direction, so we're standing on the west side looking east. And that is the tree, and then here's the pond area right here.
And what do you observe in States Exhibit 10D?
Like, I'm gonna put up
This is just north
point two.
of the driveway that Mr. Daybell is sitting in, looking in the same direction. So we're standing on the west side looking east.
So that last photograph was
And
taken.
that is the tree. And then here's the pond area right here.
Jacob, I'm gonna put up States Exhibit 10A again, and if you can point to the approximate location of where this picture was taken from.
Thank you for the follow, Idaho. Idaho
So
versus
that last
Daybell.
photograph was taken from
From that perspective,
this area right here.
burial site, number one, JJ's burial site.
And so it's fair to say from that location, you can easily see
The actual,
burial site number one.
they
Just
just
have
have
an object at this point. There's been some leading questions.
location.
Continues.
In the
I'll
pond.
sustain that last question.
Right. From that perspective, what were you able to
These
observe?
road, old-fashioned overhead projectors.
Burial site number one, JJ's burial site.
Was it difficult for you to observe it from that location?
Like earlier about
The actual grave site
grass and shrubs.
on the ground, yes, from that location, but where the tree and the pond are, no, it wasn't difficult.
Detective, what did you observe in States Exhibit 10E?
This is what I'm referring to.
So I testified earlier about the difference in length of grass and shrubs in that 6x6 section that was marked off next to the pond. This is what I'm referring to. If you look close, you can see
This is
there's smaller grass
here.
and dirt protruding right here. This is probably a little bit difficult to see. There's probably a better photograph, but this is longer shrubs
And when
through here, and then in here
burial site one is that.
was like the length of sod and some dirt where there was nothing growing.
And when yesterday you testified being called over to burial site one, is that what it looked like when you got over there?
That's correct.
So when you spoke about ERT,
Detective, can you describe to the jury what you saw in States Exhibit 10F?
this is what I was speaking about. I'm gonna start to see.
So when I spoke about ERT removing the topsoil from the top level of shrubs, this is what I was speaking about. You can start to see the
Was this the same?
three large white rocks I was talking about earlier. Now you're starting to come through the dirt.
Yes, as soon as they remove this and
You testified yesterday about a smell.
topsoil,
Was this the same time that you began to
the
smell what you described yesterday?
Yes, as soon as they remove this and the topsoil, that's when I instantly can smell the smell of a decomposing body.
NG. So as the ERT team.
Detective, can you tell the jury what you saw in States Exhibit 10? I'm sorry. 10G.
So as the ERT team methodically removed the soil around the white rocks and dug down just a little bit deeper, this is what we saw. And you can start to see that there's a smaller rock with the three large white rocks starting to show.
Like it's going to be
When I testify that there's thin wood paneling underneath the white rocks, you can start to see the edge of that piece of wood paneling underneath the rocks. We also noticed that there were roots cut that the ERT team didn't cut. They were already pre-cut.
actual.
Some of the roots are fairly
See that?
thick, so
They're
that
like-
was something we observed
They
as
look
well.
blue and white.
After the ERT team removed the white rocks, this is the two pieces of wood panel.
Detective, can you describe the jury what you saw in states to the 10-page?
After the ERT team removed the white rocks, this is the two pieces of wood paneling that were underneath. What did you observe?
No, I meant the photos here.
What did you observe in states to the 10I?
Unless that's what they're meant to look like, because that's what soil's like when it's.
I spoke earlier about the distinction in soil. Some of the soil
Maybe.
is wet or moist, some of it look dry. Excuse me, what you're looking at here is once we remove the wood paneling, this is what was underneath, and you can start to see the distinction as we took the through here of the wet soil over again. And up here is just the dry soil. So the rocks and the paneling were all through here. So that was the other thing that we observed. And as we took the paneling off, the odor began to become a lot stronger. So we knew we were at the right spot.
Bloody sidebar already.
Your Honor, I apologize
Really?
for the delay. I wonder if we could just have a very brief sidebar regarding the removal. All right.
Yeah, yeah. Wonder if I can dim it. May he rot in hell. Oh, God. This is going to be painful. In a statement on X, his family said on April the 10th, our father, Arenthal James Simpson, succumbed to his battle with cancer. That was his karma. He was surrounded by his children and grandchildren.
Explain to the jury what you observed in states to the
Jordan, you can continue.
Thank you.
So that looks like a
Detective,
weird.
can you explain to the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 10J?
Dun, 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 dun. Why have I got all these ones on? I didn't choose those today.
So once we started removing the wet soil, and I testified earlier to a black round object protruding through the dirt, this is what we started to see. It appeared to be like tight wrapped black plastic. It wasn't very too far.
Hey,
It's fairly shallow.
see the
That's what we
picture?
started to see. And I talked about some of what appeared to be the ground. Made a slit in the black plastic peeled away.
Can you describe what you saw in State's Exhibit 10K?
I testified it was a white piece of plastic. This is the white piece of plastic here. So once that appeared, the ERT team leader Steve Daniels used a small sharp instrument. And I testified that he made a slit through the black plastic. And you can see the black plastic kind of peeled away in the hair, came out on the top of the head. And then I testified there was a white piece of plastic underneath. And this is the white piece of plastic here.
That must be this
He
bit
made a
here.
slit in the white plastic.
Is that the hair?
When he did that, you can see what appeared to be brown human hair. Some of the hair kind of came out with the sharp instrument. And that's the hair you can see on top of the white plastic. But that's what you're looking at. Continue excavating in all the soil. This small body that was.
That you observed in State's Exhibit 10L.
Testified that it appeared to take the shape of a small body in black plastic. And this is what was once the ERT team underneath 4x2, or even I'm guessing, continued excavating, they removed all the soil on top of this small body that was wrapped in completely black plastic. I testified that it appeared to take the shape of a small body in black plastic. And this is what we saw here. It's probably a 4x2 grave, and I'm guessing at those measurements. Once we lifted what it did, started to take the shape of a small body, and then it had different pieces of duct tape that surround the black plastic on top underneath where it was laying.
Well, they would be.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 10M?
You can see the roots that once we lifted JJ out of the ground, there was still wet soil underneath where he was laying. And that's body decomposition, the body that begins to break down. So that's what the wet soil is through here. Again, you can see the roots that were
We weren't allowed in the room.
to be able to put him in this location.
Detective, once that body was recovered, what did you do? I want to clarify that question. Once that body was taken out of the room, what did you do?
I assisted the coroner in placing the body back, black body back.
Detective, once that body was recovered,
And then back.
what did you do? I want to clarify that question. Once that body was taken out of the ground, what did you do?
I assisted the coroner and a few other officers in placing JJ in a body bag, black body bag. Coroner locked the body bag for evidence. We then put it in the back of the coroner's vehicle. The coroner and a Fremont County deputy drove the vehicle up to the morgue, and myself and Lieutenant Hartwell followed behind that vehicle. Once we were at the morgue, JJ was placed in the morgue, and then we returned back to the Daybell residence.
Do you recall who the Fremont County coroner was?
Brenda died.
And do you recall what other officers traveled with
They were
you
already
to
in.
the hospital?
In my vehicle was just Lieutenant Ron Ball. With the coroner and Brenda died, I believe it was Detective Kaiserman.
And just for clarification, I said this already, I apologize, but what hospital did you take them to?
We got Madison Memorial Hospital
And where is that located?
in the city of Rexburg.
Judge, I'm gonna check this.
Once,
Why not? You're objecting
once
all
you
the points.
finished that task, what was the next step for your investigation method?
We returned back to the Daybell residence. As we got there, we were told that they had possibly.
And
Judge, I'm gonna check this point. There's some hearsay.
I'll ask another question.
So through the course of our investigation,
Without telling the jury what anyone told you, what did you do when you got back into the residence?
we assisted in a second burial site.
And when you got back to the residence, did you observe another burial site being found?
I did.
Where was that located?
So through the course of our investigation, we learned that the Daybell family had deemed a section of the backyard as what they refer to as a pet cemetery. And we knew through talking to family members that the pet cemetery had a little black dog statue next to a post. That kind of signified where the pet cemetery was. And so when I returned back from dropping JJ off at the morgue, I observed ERT digging soils in the pet cemetery area.
And did you aid in that excavation?
I did.
What did you personally do?
ERT began taking off top layers of soil in this specific area in the pet cemetery. Once they began to again see wet soil start to protrude through the dry soil, they slowed down, and we got on our hands and knees and began excavating that by hand.
And by hand, did you use tools to do that?
We did. They had small tools that we could use, trowels, like paintbrushes,
Oh, maybe I should finish
things
with
of that nature.
Approximately.
I feel like
what kind
I'm
of
doing
mistake was
something.
this?
So it was an afternoon.
My legs are all agitated.
And approximately how many people were there with you using hand tools?
I remember that from the first trial.
There was only a few
Well,
of us
they had to take
at
it
a
in
time
turns.
that could work because of the area, but also because of the smell.
how long did you?
We had to take turns digging because we were on our hands and knees and the smell was so bad that we could only work for a few minutes before somebody else had to take turns, get on their hands and knees and start digging by hand.
And your things, you said it smelled like, what did it smell like?
Decomposing body.
How long did you aid in that excavation using the hand tools?
Hours.
And did you find any?
We did. We ended up
digging down and started to uncover
Even the end,
burnt pieces of
It's like-
flesh, charred bone, fatty tissue,
I reckon that's done that on purpose.
just, and I apologize for the lack of better words, but globs of burnt flesh starting to protrude to the dirt.
And you mentioned ERT, were they in their own site? Also,
And once you found that, how long did you keep working that site that day?
so everybody was kind of tasked with something.
We worked probably until probably 4-ish in the afternoon. And you mentioned ERT, were they working there alongside you? They were, there was also other areas being excavated as well, a fire pit still. So everybody was kind of tasked with something different at that point. And once we started getting down a little bit more
When you were done for the evening,
in Tylee's burial site, we assumed it was Tylee.
we had Fremont.
You can start to see the top of what appeared to be something plastic and green. And at that point, the ERT team leader, Steve Daniels,
We had officers.
decided we were done for the evening.
Deputies from Fremont Sheriff's Office.
When you were done for the evening, what happened?
All night long walking.
We had Fremont County Sheriff's Office, the Madison County Fire Department,
And
bringing 2 large light trucks to relieve the crime scene.
yes,
The crime scene was taped off. We had officers from Rushmore City Police, deputies from Fremont County Sheriff's Office that remained on scene all night long, walking the perimeter to make sure that the scene wasn't compromised. And it was well illuminated. And did you return the next day? Yes, we did. And when you returned the next day, who else returned? Everybody that was there the previous day. So ERT came back. That's correct, yes. And other members of the FBI, Fremont County officers.
Go find me all this intel, Andy Reid.
And I believe
The next 10 weeks.
there were some attorney general investigators there as well. Yes. And they were all.
Coffee makes everything better. Again, coffee.
Approximately what time did you arrive that second day? We started fairly early. It was approximately 7 in the morning. And what did you start doing when you got there on the second day? I went back to Tylee's burial site. We put up canopies to keep sunlight and wind. There was media, helicopters flying overhead, so we wanted to keep the scene from being compromised as much as we possibly could. And at that point, we got back down on our hands and knees and began digging again. With those same tools to get down to see what exactly we were going to take out, figure out what that.
We just keep excavating slowly. And this green object that started to come through the first day. So it started to take shape. And then what happened next? You to do that work.
Like I said, we would take turns digging because the smell was so bad.
Start to see what appeared to be
And
the shape of.
we would just keep excavating slowly around this green object that started to come through the dirt the first day. So it started to take a shape, a roundish shape. When we began digging down, methodically removing dirt. At that point, we could start to see it to be the shape of a green melted bucket. That appeared to have the remains of, we assume, were Tylee that were charred and burned inside them.
teeth that we ended up.
And were you there for the excavation of that bucket?
Yes.
How did that happen?
That one was goal. Once we got down to what we thought was the bottom of the disformed bucket, around it, we observed part of a human skull underneath the bucket. There's some teeth that we ended up excavating from underneath. But when we tried to that one, the goal was to lift all of that out of the ground. So there was a little, we made kind of a little around it, trying to get underneath. So we put tarps out.
Can't imagine
Like I
any.
said, the goal was to try to lift it completely out without manipulating it in any way. But when we tried to do that, when we lifted it, it all broke apart because there was nothing holding it together. So at that point, we had to go back in and remove all the pieces of the charred flesh and burnt bone and pieces of Tylee at that point, put onto the top.
And while you were doing that, you talked about the smell. Is that still present?
We were able to, yes, very much so, strong odor.
Guys.
Were you able to observe the total removal of that green bucket and its contents from that excavation site?
We were able to lift everything out at that point. We put it on a blue tarp. There were photographs taken, measurements
Sounds
taken.
different from yesterday. Yeah, he's picked up and he's testifying from yesterday.
Once that was completed, we dug down even further to make sure we didn't miss anything. Once we figured out everything was out of the ground, that tarp walls and Tyler's remains were then put into a body bag. Placed in the corner again, locked the body bag for evidence purposes. And Tyler was also transported to the morgue.
And did you follow along when Tyler was transferred to the morgue like you did with JJ?
We followed in the same manner. Myself and Lieutenant Wall. Once Tyler was placed in the morgue, we returned back to the Daybell residence.
That is true. That is true.
Judge, for the record, I've previously reviewed these.
Your Honor, I'm going to be asked for the witness be handed states exhibits.
Exhibits
11A or 11G.
Let me go to the bathroom. Yeah, there's nothing we can do about that. We are
because of the graphic nature of some of this evidence.
And Judge, for the record, I've previously reviewed these and I will object to admission of these as exhibits.
Jurors will be.
All right, exhibits 11A through 11G are admitted without objection.
For any victims.
This time, as we get into this evidence, I'm gonna announce that because of the graphic nature of some of this evidence, I'm not going to be showing this on the Forbes live stream, nor to the general public. The courtroom, the jurors will be viewing the evidence as well as the parties are permitted to see that. In addition, the court will provide an opportunity for.
So just bear in mind they're not showing them, but
evidence.
they will be discussing them.
To view it as it's now.
And that may not be nice
record.
for a weak stomach.
We made arrangements to not display this to the general public, and so.
You say that now, Max, you may not have.
That's how we'll
It's
proceed.
being PG today.
And we will not go down on the live stream and discuss it on the record, and open public to witness.
Today. But we are direct on their channel, so that's the best we're going to get it. I think I've just cut the judge's head off.
Your Honor, I understand these are and I still ask.
Can you review that exhibit, those exhibits?
Yeah, they are a bit sensitive if you've not got the stomach
Into the states.
or don't eat.
And it's supplements.
And
Photograph of
Your Honor, I understand
like
there's
it
already
is
been
clear
items still asking
direct
information
one.
questions just to establish
No.
knowledge.
Very well.
Detective, what do those,
and
what does states exhibit 11 report to be?
what's your
And its supplements?
Most true crimers tend to just be able to eat and drink whilst listening to
Photographs
evidence.
of
That's
There are some that
and
probably may not
photographs
be
of
able to, but most of us can.
Tylee as we took her out in her burials.
And were these photographs taken on June 9th?
And Marie is
That's correct, yes.
Kit Kat.
And were you on the scene that day when those photographs were taken?
Technically, yes.
Are they true and accurate representations of what you saw?
Yes.
Your Honor, those exhibits having been admitted out of past.
You finally got up.
Can you point to the general location of what?
Thank you,
described as-
lunchbox.
Right here.
Detective, before I publish that, I'm going to.
Yeah, we did
place
too.
exhibit 10
Can you explain here?
again.
It's just east of this shop area, and just north of
And can you
the fire.
point to the general location of what you've described as the pet cemetery?
Right here.
So what can you have on the record and explain?
Yes, Detective, will you explain where you're pointing?
It's just east of this shop
Yes.
area,
Make sure.
and just north of the fire pit. So it's right through here.
And what did you observe the states into the 11A? This is where we began excavating.
And Your Honor, I do think that the state's first picture
So you can see.
States Exhibit 11 is okay for public consumption.
Statue.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure our system was working as well, but exhibit 11A is fine.
Detective, what did you observe in States Exhibit 11A?
This is where we began excavating briefly. As you can see in this photograph, there's a small black dog statue next to the post. So that's where we had learned this was the pet cemetery area through talking to family members. And then there's just some tarps laid out for some of the soil. You can see in the back the markers that had been distinguished and laid out by ERT with a fire pit area that I had talked about earlier.
I have no idea if this is, I can't see this. Well, second.
And Your Honor, use this when it's appropriate to determine public access.
Right here.
We was right.
Detective,
What did you observe?
Your Honor, I'm at a bit of a,
Can I see?
I have no idea if this is,
I have.
well, Detective, can you see that image in your,
Yes. See the monitor.
can you see most of it?
Yes.
Can you describe the States Exhibit 11B?
So that
What did you observe there?
it's lined up.
Can I see? Is there a way I can use the pointer?
And
I have a suggestion also, Mr. Wood, just because I understand what you're doing to try to line that up since you can't see the monitor. Do you want to set a notepad or something on there and get it oriented, and you could set on top of that just so that it's lined up?
Just as you know, if you're not following the backup account, which is this one, AD Dark Investigation,
Thank you.
this one here next to me, drop that a follow, then you'll not miss any lives in case we get bananaed, which is a possibility.
In the middle of that photograph, you can start to see the changes in the soil.
Detective, what did you observe in the states?
Start to see the left is the way
That picture of that
Sort
girl.
of
Oh my God, Gypsy Rose is going on
In the middle of that photograph, you can start to see
all
the difference
next to it.
color and changes in soil from dry to a wet, moisture
Tissue.
You start to see to the left just a little bit of that.
That's the
There you can see the white piece sticking out and it's burnt on top, and that's charred bone that's starting to stick out, and all the little pieces next to it
This one recently using the
are pieces of burnt flesh, tissue. We later determined were organs that were all kind of, that's the top of what was inside the bucket. So that's what we first started to see when we started to execute.
explain for the jury what you observed in states.
At this point, were you still using the hand?
So as we started to excavate the silver, some of the top, the mass of flesh wasn't really attached to anything. And so we would start to dig away towards the sides. It kind of,
You explain for the jury what you observed in states that wasn't speak.
so what you're looking at on this blue chart,
So as we started to excavate down further, some of the top,
still attached to some
the
bone.
massive burnt flesh wasn't really attached to anything. And so we would start to
That section that you're looking at as part of the hip bone.
dig away towards the sides. It would kind of come apart. It wasn't part of that original mass. And so what you're looking at on this blue tarp is burnt flesh still attached to some bone. The upper left part of that section that you're looking at is part of the hip bone. But it still has burnt flesh attached to it, and dirt and
You observed in states
yeah, just fatty burnt tissue.
So when I talked about it started to take a roundish shape, this is going to around the sides of it, trying to get to the bottom. Because like I said, the goal was to get underneath that 3 or 4 guys.
You described to the jury
On top
what you observed in states exhibit
of
11.
what you're looking at this photograph is just
So when I talked about it started to take a roundish shape, this is what I'm referring to. And dug around the sides of it,
kind of inside.
trying to get to the bottom. Because like I said, the goal was to get underneath, have 3 or 4 guys in there and just lift it onto the tarp. So that's what you're looking at in this photograph is just the burnt flesh. It's still just kind of inside that.
And Judge, could we approach for a sidebar, please?
Yes.
Why are we on a sidebar again? Or whatever they're up to. Shoes. I don't know what they're doing. Why is there no sound? Have they took the sound off because they're talking about the details of the scene?
And that's part of the human scrolls to the right of that.
That's what it sounds like.
There are teeth there and here as well. That's what you're looking at, just a close up at the bottom. And that's part of the human skull just to the right of that, the green bucket. There were teeth there in the dirt as well. But that's what you're looking
Never
at. just a
known them
close
to do
up
that
at the
before.
bottom of it.
Normally, we get the details.
So once we
Not the image, but the details. They'll go through it. But obviously, they're. I think they must be taking sound off when it's really graphic.
Detective, what can you explain for the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 11?
If you're looking at it, you can see the tarps in the back. So once we removed right that mask,
Isn't it so?
we put it on the blue tarp, and it's just after there was still some wet soil underneath that soil. So we dug down even further to make sure that we could
Autopsies have
excavate
not
it.
yet been released. Is it this case?
And so what you're looking at, you can see the tarps in the background we had put up. You can see the some of the hand tools that we used.
I'm pretty sure it's this case.
So these were part, but that's what you're looking at is just after we got that mass out, or the wet soil. There's pieces of charred bone, there's parts of a skull on the bottom left.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 11G?
Rotting flesh still attached. So these were part of, if you're looking at that, these are the pieces of Tylee that kind of broke apart when we tried to lift it out of the ground. There's pieces of charred bone. There's parts of a skull on the bottom left, covered in dirt, and they're still burnt. Rotting flesh still attached to the bone. So that's what you're looking at that one. These were the pieces that broke off.
I believe you testified that you assisted in transferring those remains to Madison County to the hospital, correct?
Correct, I followed behind the corner.
Was it done involved you again? I believe you testified that once you got to the hospital, you assisted in transferring
Fremont County ready to die.
those remains to Madison County to the hospital, correct?
Correct, I followed behind the corner.
Was it done involved you again?
He was. And at that point, myself.
Once you got to the hospital, what did you do?
We observed the Fremont County coroner ready to die transfer. Tylee assisted and made sure into the morgue or various the became the assistant sworn was unlocked. That was this evidence they go to. And at that point, myself, Jay, and Lieutenant Wall went back to the county defendant Daybell's residence. And an autopsy.
And what did you do when you got back there?
So roughly 4
Just
and
We assisted and made sure there were no other burial sites or anything that the ERT team needs assistance with. At that point, we decided that we were going to
the county coroner with
take JJ and Tylee to the Ada County Coroner's Office to have an autopsy performed.
And when did you arrive in Ada County?
So roughly 4 in the afternoon on June 10th, 2020. It was decided that we were going to follow the county coroner, which means of JJ and Tylee, to the Ada County Coroner's Office for an autopsy the next morning.
And when did you arrive in Ada County, approximately?
So that was later in the correct.
Approximately
No, it was not.
8 or
Yeah,
9 in the evening on June 10th.
And what did you do once you got there?
Went directly to the coroner's office, and JJ and Tylee were dropped off, and the coroner's office took custody of both JJ and Tylee.
The autopsy was performed June 11th.
So that was later in the evening.
Correct.
And were you present for that?
And was an autopsy performed that night?
Where did that autopsy?
No.
When was
The Ada County Coroner's Office.
Yeah,
Judge, I'm gonna object, there needs to be some
Arrived
accommodation.
at the coroner.
Overruled.
You arrived.
the autopsy was performed June 11th, early morning hours.
that was the next day.
Judge, objection.
And were you present for that?
Yes, I was.
And where did that autopsy
Come on,
take place?
Brooks, give it
At
up.
the Ada County Coroner's Office.
You met with Dr.
So when you
I object. to the
arrived at the
evidence.
coroner's
I
office, what did you do
implicate
first?
my-
Initially, when we arrived,
And
we had a little
I
debrief with
object to that.
the medical examiner, Garth Warren. He told us what he
Judge, objection.
We went to the room where the autopsy was.
You met with Dr. Warren.
Sanitary movies on our.
Correct.
What was the purpose of that meeting?
With their name, so.
to debrief us on what to expect.
Windows. And at that point, we stood back.
What did you do next?
It's
We went to the room where the autopsy was performed. Put the sanitary booties on our shoes, signed in on a whiteboard with our names and cell phone numbers. So he had a record of everybody that was in the room.
And what did you
And
observe?
at that point, we stood back.
One of his team members
Yes.
brought out
The wall and we observed the autopsy.
and I recognized it to be the same body bag that.
As a detective, you don't perform an autopsy.
Correct. Back.
But you were able to see it take place.
That's correct.
And what did you observe happened during that autopsy?
The same black.
One of his team members brought out the body bag. And I recognized it to be the same body bag that we took.
Dr. Warren
Defended Daybell's backyard that day because it still had dirt.
put it in the black plastic.
It still had the same lock. And at that point, they opened the body bag and revealed the same black plastic, small body that appeared to be in the black plastic.
On his head. On his
And
chin.
then
On
what
his
did you
shoulder. Tightly wrapped around. his
Dr.
head.
Warren and his team cut down the middle of the black plastic to open up what was inside.
This way.
At that time, I observed a small child
All the way around.
with duct tape on his head, on his chin, his forehead area, tightly wrapped around his head.
Anytime
He had red pajama pants on, red pajama shirt.
socks or.
He had his arms folded this way
Wind, and I'll be like,
across his body.
And there was duct tape from elbow
And a
all the way
baby.
around to his other elbow.
Position based on.
Got used to having
He
the
had
baby.
fingers also down the duct tape. He was still wearing, his nighttime.
I treated
pepper.
yesterday. I
He had
treated
black
to
socks with.
pretty tough.
Same injection.
A little jacket, actually, just so she don't have to wear a big one now.
Skechers
I'm
and orange.
warming up, and
I
I've got
could tell
very
that
one.
he was going through various
She's
stages of
too warm,
decomposition
so I just
based on
kind of
his
wanted
skin color.
to, give
Judge,
her
I'm gonna object.
a nice little
Yeah.
The skin
treat.
is
So I just
fluffy,
Enough the experience to make a determination about the levels of decomposition. He's speculating.
I'll sustain the objection and strike the final part of the series about decomposition.
handling different dead bodies, different
Detective,
stages of decomposition.
skin, like.
Different stages of decomposition, that
The
that
skin was
happens.
sloughing, it appeared to be green, black,
There's the top
yellow.
Sick.
Overall injection.
And through my training experience, going through and handling
Can't really
different
see it.
dead
It's got
bodies at
it's
different
like a nice blue, but it's got
stages of decomposition, that's what I read.
Judge, I'm gonna object
I like
again.
them.
There's been no foundation for him to make that sort of medical assessment. He's not a medical doctor.
My argument would be that's not a medical assessment, it makes it on his training experience.
I'll overrule the objection. Like the cross where you'll have
There you go.
prior to the objections overruled.
Easy.
Played in the previous response.
They're a weed, technically.
Detective, once this,
Oh, thank you, Jen.
the body was taken out.
I didn't set the goal today. I keep forgetting to do that now as well. How I
Dr. Warren and his team.
forget to set the goal.
They cut the white plastic that was wrapped around his head. They cut down the middle to reveal what was underneath.
Took it to the swings
At
again.
that point, I observed another piece of duct tape
Swings today.
stretched from JJ's jawline to jawline
She likes to go.
over his mouth. He also cut the several layers of
Yeah,
duct tape from
technically,
his arms.
TikTok is the dealer, right? It
And
makes
it
the
revealed some more duct tape that had
makes
his
the
wrist
decisions
bound
for me now.
underneath all those layers of duct tape.
Some shit.
He then took
Can you
his
pin it, by the way? Can you pin the goal in the
bottom pajamas off
sub-goal?
and shirt.
Or is
That
that
also
still
revealed
being
his nighttime pull-up diaper.
Let's get the duct tape in the bag.
Now, Detective, you spoke about
Photographs,
duct tape in bags
JJ,
over the head, correct?
Correct.
I recognize.
And you've been referring to this as JJ.
Well, it is if I actually
Until
set
that
the
duct tape in
goal.
the bag was removed, to identify him as JJ.
No, once they removed the duct tape in the bag,
Now
we're
you join
looking at all the photographs to the JJ
for potential moderator role, you future.
recognized in the same boy who's laying on that table, it's JJ Vallow. Get the same
Also remove now.
hairstyle, shorter on the sides, longer on top. At that point, I recognized
Scratch
him.
margin, less headers than that. Just remember the duct tape.
That's
Once
weird.
the
She
clothing
didn't
was
do it the other
removed,
day.
what you observed happened next.
Dr. Warren pointed out some bruising
Where's my tape?
on his arms, on his ankles,
Oh,
on his
there's
chest.
one in my YouTube at the
He
moment.
also pointed out some stretch marks on the left side of his
Got to
neck.
remain consistent for you. No one's watching it.
At that point, Dr. Warren and his team performed the autopsy.
Your Honor, I ask that the witness be shown states exhibits 12A through 12B. A through B. E. B, thank you. Like the key review of those exhibits, we didn't have a chance to. Do you recognize Stacy's?
Yes.
What do they report to be?
JJ Bell, and
Like the key review of those exhibits, we didn't have a chance to.
We're now sort of semi-signing
And
yes,
were you present when those
like
pictures?
Mr. Tumble.
You
Yes.
were seeing- Or do you recognize Stacy's exhibits 12A3?
yes,
What do they report to be?
JJ Bell laying on the table. Under the flat plastic.
And were you present when those pictures were taken?
Yes.
You were seeing. Are those true and accurate representations of what you observed that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that State's exhibits 12A3.
No objection, Judge.
12A through E are admitted. All of these are graphic in nature, will not be published. or shown.
That's the steps of the day, isn't it? I get my steps in by being
You
jittery.
can see on the white plastic on top of the
I think it's because I'm tired because
Can you describe
we had a baby last night and not used
what
to
you
having a
observed
baby.
in State's exhibit 12A?
And obviously we keep her busy, which keeps me busy during the day. And then obviously it's up to
Once they
100
remove the black plastic,
this morning. And then
that
I had
JJ
a
Bell
day
is
tomorrow,
in, this
maybe
is the
to bed.
first thing you saw.
And then it was up early this
You
morning.
can see on the white plastic on top of his head, that's the sweat that was
Even
made,
another hour sleep.
when his head was sticking out of the ground. You can see the duct tape I testified to wrapped around his entire face.
Tag right next. Sorry, Nick.
His red pajamas are still soaked with body decomposition. The level of duct tape on his arms is what really caught my attention. He still has the white, he has a white and blue child blanket wrapped around him. Ankles, like I testified, are wrapped duct tape. There's black Skechers socks that he had on.
Hey, Carolyn in Germany. Welcome.
It's hard to see there too, but.
Can you describe to the jury what you observed in State's exhibit 12B?
He was duct taped.
Body.
He had his socks on.
This is JJ's legs, his bottom half, he has his red pajama pants on still. His ankles, like I testified, are
Just
wrapped
don't
duct tape.
understand these monsters,
But
guys.
there's
Just
black Skechers socks that he has
Just
on.
don't.
The jury what you saw in State's exhibit 12C.
I literally don't.
It's hard to see there too, but when I spoke over his legs and his body are also in decompositions. This is what we saw. You can see the other layer of duct tape around his mouth. Went from jawline to jawline.
Can you describe to
You know,
the jury
I
what you
watch
saw in
the latest edition.
Yeah.
But
When I spoke earlier that Dr. Warren cut down the white plastic and the duct tape that was covering his head,
obviously, because
this
we're going to
is
be
what we saw.
as
You
well.
can see the other layer of duct tape around his mouth that went
Well, I
from
was following
jawline
it
to jawline.
anyway, but I mean, I am
You can
following
see his
it.
hair, brown hair still was matted down to his head. White bag that was covering his head, so his body decomposition. But at that point, I was able to still recognize him as JJ Vallow. It appeared to be a normal trash area,
Rex.
red grass.
And then his little, you can't really see them there, obviously, because they're up there, but they're the
Trash
victims. I thought I'd
That's
just
the
shove him on the top
white
there.
bag that was covering his head.
Oh, did you?
That looks like blood In the bag, it's actually body decomposition, just breaking down.
Printing that out. So I've got the missing children. I've got
It
serial
appeared to be
killer.
a normal
I've got
trash bag in a red drawstring.
that I do change from
You can
time.
see
I will
the door
change.
closes a waffle style pattern.
It's just another photo.
It's sexy money right
Trash
now.
bag.
The tape is starting.
There's still pieces of duct tape that are attached. That's what the photograph is.
Yeah, well, I thought it was a nice way to obviously have in there, but then that's done the work for me with the map along the thing there.
Describe the picture of your son.
So I didn't have to use any more string either.
That's just another photo of JJ.
The symposium was really
The
interesting.
tape is starting to lose its stickiness because of
I'll have that somewhere.
the
I
way
think I ordered
the
that.
body is. It's just a
Can't
different
quite
photo
get
or a different angle of JJ's face.
I kind of feel like when you get to the point where there is nothing more to say, like you don't want to like them to be forgotten. Yeah, that was good. It was an odd thing, but it was really interesting. Like we listened to it together, didn't we? But yeah, that was a long. He's done a lot of work. Like seems to have died down a little bit as well, doesn't it, with him now? Not what's his name, but the actual case in itself.
Earlier than normal.
I didn't know what a symposium was. Let's watch it. Well, let's listen.
All eyes please.
Why are they rising?
A bit earlier than normal, we are going to take a good morning recess at this time.
Oh, they're on a break. Oh, they're on a break.
Slightly before 10:30, we started.
Let's have a see in the world while we're in here. Now I had to look at the old Jed Best. Jed Best, there's not been anything filed on him. But there's a couple of the state of Idaho versus Skylar Wade Mead. What's that? There's quite a few cases coming up in Idaho. So this one's not very exciting. Skylar Wade Mead, on or about the 20th day of March 2024 in the county of Ada, state of Idaho, did commit crime of escape and felony. Well, I mean, I'm not being funny. The defendant, Skylar Wade Mead, on about the 20th day of March, in the county of Ada, state of Idaho, did, while convicted of a felony while outside the walls of the Idaho State Penitentiary, in the custody of an officer or another person, escape from the Department of Corrections officer. I don't recall it, and the reason I don't recall it is because I was just starting to do my trials then, because, you know, way back when, the original me, way back when, was doing the trial. I think I started it with I think she was one of the first, but it was audio. And so because it was audio only, and I had just started, because I don't think I'd gotten momentum or anything, so I hadn't followed it at that point. So we literally played it all back on a recap, but obviously we skipped all the breaks And I put it on fast, and we caught up in time for verdict watch and sentencing. So I honestly don't think it took that long. Because when I think about it, it was around this time last year. I think that's where I met most of you guys. I think I'd already met Jen, but I think that's where I met Auntie Ree and a few other people, you know, because they were coming in, and I was following Boone, waiting enthusiastically for Sarah Boone. But I seemed to be able to do it in a couple of weeks, but it was a lot of hours. But when you replay it, it's different, because sometimes you can speed it up. Sometimes replay is better being a bit behind, because then you can put it on, especially when they talk slow. Sometimes it's nice to be able to just speed it up. But they're saying 8 to 10 weeks. I don't think they'll take the full 10 weeks. I'll be surprised. They often don't. And then you've got to remember, you've got to rely on the defence to actually produce the amount of witnesses they claim that they're going to bring. Nicholas David Umfenar. What's he done? I bet he's escaped from prison too. Oh no, he committed the crimes of aggravated battery on certain law enforcement personnel, felony. Get you, you're going to be in a whole heap of trouble. Jezebestus, Major Allen, he took a plea deal. Mr. Berger. Oh my God, his bloody thing on here is massive. I'm still scrolling to get to the bottom of it. So many bloody things have been resealed. No, I reran Brooks. When did I rerun Brooksy? I feel like it was not long before Christmas. I think it was in the September, October time I may have rerun Daryl Brooks. I think I met quite a few of you. I think I met the single white female then. I think Anne was around then. Because prior to that, I'd been following the Chad Dorman case from the arrest, and I was getting all the videos, and I'd been doing some lives with Becca Smith. Then I had Crime Con in the June, and then I went away in the August for a weekend with the kids. We've covered quite a few trial replays though, I feel. Single white female is also the poison dwarf. I can just say it like it flows naturally now. April the 3rd and the 12th of May. Interesting. That's quite interesting. I'm not going to lie, that is interesting to me. Because that's not the same length of time, is it? But I often think these defence attorneys say they've got all these people, and then when it comes to it, they actually don't. They don't actually deliver the goods. I mean, you've only got to look at bloody Nicholas Cruz, haven't you? But we literally powered through, and I did that every single day, Saturdays and Sundays as well, right through. So we caught up for the verdict watch, and we caught verdict watch, and then we were able to do sentencing together as well. And then I did some different ones in and around. I did the the short hearings for Chad and stuff. And at that point, I kind of sort of start to find myself again, and lost myself again. And in this time, obviously, my other friend was not having the best time at home. Didn't realise the extent to what she'd been going through, but you know, you don't know unless you know. And I'm hoping that me and her will come and do a couple of little bits together every now and then. She came to Crime with me a little bit, and yeah. Hello, Valerie. I feel like my irritation and agitation is starting to wear off now. I think once I get past a certain point, then I'm not too bad. But I think when I start something like this, and I'm tired when I start it, and I think, oh my God, we've got hours to go, that plays in the back of my mind, and then I'm agitated, and then my legs are restless, and then I can't. Can you hear the pugs? Let me show you them. They're talking to the neighbours' dogs. Hang on. Let me take you to a tour of my garden. Detour of the garden from the bedroom. I'm going to turn this damn thing round. Hey, look! Where's the black one? Oh, there she is, look. You can't hear. That's all the neighbours. And there's chickens right over the back there. So far, you can't really see them. I see you. I see you. Adeline's like, where are you coming from? Boo-boo. Hello. Auntie Jenny loves you potatoes. You do realise, right, the dog next door is way bigger than you. Heads. You right, Woo? They don't know where to look. Hang on, let me just... Thank you, Nayoka. You can see my little setup now. Look, I've got all my books there. And then there's my recycling all the old computers and stuff from around the house. And there's me again. Oh my God. It's bright lights. So there you go. I went round and salvaged all the old devices that people weren't using anymore. Although my stepson had one of these and he was selling it, so I bought it off him. He didn't even give me a discount, little shit. It took me ages though. Like, I think I've been in here over a year now, but it took me ages to get it right. I kept moving stuff and then I went right, and then because it was a bit of a mess, I'd stream in my bedroom. But now I've got it to like how I want it. Although it's a bit messy now because I'm in here for this because it's the duration of this. So like this is going to be my room. I'm set up to sort of sit in here as long as I can. There's stuff everywhere, but when it's tidy, like, so I'll start like when I get a chance to clear it and it's tidy, it looks nice in here. But I've all my books in here. notebooks where I make my notes and stuff, and then I've got a little travel bit from a travel business in the corner. So I know, I love it when I'm walking them. Mine are just shouting at the neighbours, like, am I unmuted on my YouTube channel? I don't think I am. I think they can still hear me, yeah. Everyone can hear me out on my YouTube channel. Not that I'm going to mute myself now because you don't need to hear me.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Council, if you're ready, we'll have the jurors brought back in.
All rise.
The jury is present and accounted for.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Please be seated. We're back on the record then on case CR 22-21-1623, just included the morning recess. Detective Colonel CEO is still under oath. And Mr. Wood, if you'd like to continue with your direct, you can do that at this time.
Thank you. Detective, I think when we left off, we were speaking about the autopsy of J.G. Vallow, correct? Correct. You had mentioned earlier that you did observe the actual, not only the body, but then the autopsy of J.J. Vallow. That's correct. And were you present for that entire autopsy?
Yes, I was.
And when that autopsy was concluded, what did you do?
At that time, Dr. Warren and his team removed JJ from that autopsy table. Then they brought out a second, black body bag. And I recognized it to be the same body bag from the scene because it also had dirt. And they placed that body bag on the table.
And what did you observe next?
Dr. Warren and his team opened the body bag, looked at the remains for what was left as far as remains inside. He stated there was nothing he could do at that time with an autopsy. So
I'm going to move to strike as hearsay.
Your own statement already came through.
Yeah, and I'm going to move to strike.
So,
would you repeat the question?
what did you observe? What were you had just talked about the Tylee's remains being brought out. What did you observe?
Once the remains were brought out, Dr. Warren opened the bag and looked at the remains and stated there was nothing he could do at that point. So at that time, we left the autopsy room for the day.
And when you left, did you do anything in furtherance of your investigation that day?
No,
Did you return to the Ada County Coroner's office the next day?
we did. On June 12th, 2020, we went back to the Ada County Coroner's office. At that point, Lieutenant Wall took custody of some of the evidence and we transported it to the state lab in Meridian.
And were you with Lieutenant Ball when you did that?
I was, yes.
And once you took it to the state lab, what did you do?
Those items were checked into the state lab. And then that concluded what we did for that day.
Detective, you spoke earlier about some of the other agencies you've worked with in this investigation. And is it correct you worked with Fremont County?
Correct, yes.
And I believe you testified that your primary focus in this investigation was looking for Tylee and JJ. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Was there an investigation in Fremont County at the same time that had connections to your investigation?
Yes, there was.
What was that investigation?
Fremont was investigating the death of Tammy Daybell, who was married to the defendant, Chad Daybell. Kind of the exact same time we were doing our investigation with missing children.
Right. And would you meet with Fremont County and discuss the cases together?
Yes, we would.
And would you aid each other in those investigations?
Yes,
Would you share information?
yes.
Detective, are you aware of any event involving Tammy Daybell on October 9th, 2019?
Yes, I am.
How did you become aware of that event?
Through the course of sharing information with the Fremont County Sheriff's Office, we were advised.
Judge, can we approach? Yes. All right, I want to have the court reporter, if we could, read back Mr. Wood's previous question before the sidebar, and then I'll see if there's an objection held by defense.
Question, how did you become aware of that event?
Is there an objection to that, Mr. Pryor?
No, not to that question.
Okay, then Mr. Wood, just proceed with another question.
I don't think there's no objection to the question. I don't think it's been answered yet.
Okay. You can answer.
We were advised through the course of our investigation that
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. The question is whether he was advised, not what he was advised of, but whether he was advised.
Our response, Mr. Wood?
Not quite sure I understand that objection, Your Honor.
Don't as well, so you can continue with your response.
Can you repeat the question? Please.
How did you become aware of the events of October 9th, 2019?
Through the course of our investigation, we were aware of those events through speaking with Fremont County Sheriff's Office.
Why was it important to you in investigating your case to share information and receive information from Fremont County?
It was important because the suspects in that case were the exact same suspects in our case. And so we wanted to make sure that we shared information so nothing was missed. At that point, we were still looking for two small children. And so it was imperative to us that we shared information and gathered information from neighboring counties and anybody that was involved with this case.
And did you also confer with Arizona law enforcement?
We did, yes.
Detective, are you aware of who Charles Vallow was?
Yes.
Who was he?
Charles Vallow was married to Lori Vallow.
Is he alive?
No, he is not.
Do you know when he died?
Charles died July 11th, 2019.
Are you aware of how he died?
Charles was shot by Alex Cox, Lori's brother.
Now, you testified earlier that your initial involvement in this case involved looking for a Jeep.
That's correct.
And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe you testified that you were looking for that Jeep because it was requested by Arizona law enforcement.
That's correct, yes.
And are you aware of why they were looking for that Jeep?
Yes, I am.
Why were they looking for that Jeep?
That Jeep was a suspect in an attempted homicide of Brendan Boudreaux, who was married to Lori's niece, Melanie Boudreaux. The suspect in that homicide was also Alex Cox.
Detective, going back to October 9th, 2019, Tammy Daybell, are you aware of the incident that took place with Tammy Daybell?
Yes, I am.
What was it?
Judge, I'm going to object. There's no foundation as to how you became aware of it. Sustained.
Through your investigation, did you become aware of what happened to Tammy Daybell?
Yes, I did.
And how did you become aware of that information?
Sharing information with Fremont County.
And so was this part of the collective knowledge of the case that you were working?
That's correct, yes.
And did you aid in that investigation as well?
I did.
So you personally became aware of these events?
Correct.
Based on your knowledge and your investigation, are you aware of any event involving Tammy Daybell on October 9th, 2018?
Judge, again, there hasn't been proper foundation.
I think at this point I've established that it's through his investigation and knowledge.
This objection is overruled.
You can answer the question.
Yes, I'm aware.
And what was that event?
On October 9th, 2019, Tammy Daybell believes that she was shot at in the driveway of the defendant Daybell's residence.
And when you say shot at, are you aware of how she thought she was shot at?
She initially reported that it was possibly a paintball gun.
Detective, in your investigation, did you ever put together timelines of events that took place?
Yes, I did.
Why is it important to do that?
Just to establish who the key figures were, the key dates to aid in our investigation, so we can make sure that we share the accurate and correct information with the other agencies.
And in preparing for this trial, did you prepare any charts of key figures to aid the jury in understanding your testimony and the testimony of the trial?
Yes, I did.
And was that based on your involvement in the case
Yes,
and your investigation?
correct.
And based on I'm sorry, that wasn't very well said. Based on the information you gained from your investigation.
That's correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 30. Detective, do you have State's Exhibit 30 in your hand?
Yes, I do.
What does it purport to be?
Those are the key figures that I put together as far as the investigation goes, photographs.
And did you do that to aid this jury in understanding who the people involved in this case are?
Yes,
And did you do that in anticipation of your testimony?
yes, I did.
Right. And are those, the pictures attached with those names, are those true and accurate representations of the individuals attached to those names?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes only, the state would move to enter State's Exhibit 30 into evidence.
Any objection?
For demonstrative purposes, no.
Very well. Exhibit 30 is entered for that reason.
May I publish?
Yes.
Detective, if you can just use your pointer and just, for purposes of the record, read the names attached with each picture.
Sure. This is Lori Vallow, Daybell, Charles Vallow, Alex Cox, who's Lori's brother, Chad Daybell, Tammy Daybell, his deceased wife, Tylee Ryan, who is a daughter to Lori, JJ Vallow, who's a son to Lori, and Melanie Pulowski Boudreaux, she was remarried, is the niece to Lori Vallow.
Now, when you say that JJ was Lori Vallow's son, was he also Charles Vallow's son?
Yes, he was.
And that was by way of adoption, correct?
That's correct.
And so Alex Cox was JJ and Tylee's uncle.
Yes.
Detective, similar to that last chart, did you prepare a timeline in anticipation of your testimony?
Yes, I did.
And did you do that based on your experience and knowledge of the case?
Yes, I did.
And it was based on information you gained through your investigation?
That's correct.
And did you do that to aid the jurors in understanding just the basic timeline of the events that happened in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask the witness be handed State's Exhibit 31.
Judge, could we approach please with a sidebar?
Yes.
This time, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there's an evidentiary issue to resolve, which we are going to take up outside of the presence of the jury. We'll do that as quickly as we can. So I will be off the bench while I research this momentarily. Then we'll come back on and make a ruling outside of the jury's presence, bring them back in and continue evidence.
All rise, please. Maybe seated. This is the work scanning session.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we are back on the record on CR 22211623. We are going to take up an objection outside of the presence of the jury as it relates to the state's proposed exhibit, in this case, particularly state's proposed exhibit 31. And the court had to go back and review some prior rulings in the case that occurred some time ago. I've done that now, so what I'd like to go through is the proffer and determination if there's still a objection to the exhibit and make a ruling on that outside of the jury's presence. So Mr. Wood has offered exhibit 31, which is a timeline, and Mr. Pryor, does the defense maintain an objection to the admission of that timeline?
Judge, I spoke with Ms. Blake.
I spoke with Ms. Blake, and procedurally, I think at the time that the 404B was filed by the state, we were also dealing with the severance issue, is what I recall. And then she discussed that with me. So I think I may have made a non-objection to the 404B. And I think I made a record of that when Mr. Thomas and Mr. Archibald were objecting to that. So I may forego my objection because I think my recollection is I don't have a record of it, Judge, which is a little unusual, but I think I may have noted on the record to the court that I'm not objecting to the introduction of the 404B evidence.
All right, I understand. I think there was lodged an objection back February 14th of 2023 by you to the 404B motion. Is the state having clarification on that, Mr. Wood?
Your Honor, just based on recollection, I believe it was not an objection to all of the state's intended 404B, but to some of it. And my recollection, and I'm not looking at any document, this is just my recollection, was that the defendant did stipulate to some of the 404B, including issues dealing with Charles Vallow and Brandon Boudreaux. That's my recollection.
And Judge, my recollection is that I did file a timely objection, but then at the hearing, there was, and I'm going back, Judge, and we're talking 3 years ago, and I'm just going off of recollection as well. That's Mr. Wood is. I believe that I filed an objection, and then at the time of the hearing, I may have orally stated that I'm not objecting to the introduction of the Brandon Boudreaux or the Charles Vallow information. And Mr. Thomas and Mr. Archibald continued theirs, and the hearing was continued on. And somewhere in the interim, Judge, there was a severance order granted, and I don't know whether I was part of the 404B motion. That's where I'm having some difficulty in recollection. And my records don't show an order that you granted the 404B in this case. So I don't see an order in this case.
Okay. So just to clarify, there was an objection was filed on behalf of Mr. Daybell by Mr. Pryor, February 14th, 2023 to the 404B. We then had a hearing on the 404B evidence on February 22nd, 2023. The court then issued an oral ruling on the record, and in that oral ruling went through different evidence that was sought to be proffered under 404B. And among the rulings the court made on the court minutes under paragraph 9, specifically referencing consideration of the shooting at Mr. Boudreaux, the court weighed out the 404B arguments and found that it would be admissible at trial. And then in the hearing, I did indicate that I'd gone through the analysis for 404B, looking at the State versus Fox case, doing a two-tiered weighing of the factors, balancing them out with the evidence proffered, and ultimately, and I'm looking at the transcript of this hearing where I may be overruling, determining finally, quote, the court does find there is relevance under tier 1, parts 1 and 2 for the introduction of that evidence. And then I looked at Rule 403 to see if there was probative value to substantially outweigh the danger of unfair prejudice, and finally determined that as to the attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux, there would be more probative than unfairly prejudicial as it would relate back to the purported plan of the defendants. So the court did find that the state was permitted to introduce that 404B evidence. So as we stand here, knowing procedurally that's the ruling on the timeline, I guess I'll first come back to this proposed Exhibit 31 and ask if there's any objection at this point for the defense, Mr. Pryor.
No, Judge.
Okay, so Exhibit 31 then has been offered and will be admitted. I would also note on the record that I think the door has been open to discuss that anyway based on opening argument as well. But for that reason, and also based on the court's prior determination made, I am going to permit that reference on 404B evidence. The reason I'm still discussing this for counsel is I think this now triggers a requirement that I give a limiting instruction to the jurors about how 404B evidence is considered. And I do have prepared a limiting instruction that I am going to advise them of at such point as after your exhibit's been offered, Mr. Wood. Okay. Okay, thanks for the delay there. We can bring the jurors back in, please. This is, I don't know where the, I got the actual.
And Judge, if I could just quickly inquire before the jury comes back in, the court did have both pages of that in its.
I only have first page.
Okay, once we get done with this witness, I'll bring that up.
Okay.
All right. Jury present and accounted for.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, apologies for that delay. We were working through an evidence issue. I will note that the state has offered Exhibit 31, which has now been admitted by the court. It's a timeline. It does make some references in there that, for me at this time, I think would be best to give the jurors a special limiting instruction. So I'll read this instruction to the jurors at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, during the course of this trial, evidence will be introduced for the purpose of showing that the defendant committed acts other than for which the defendant is on trial. Such evidence, if believed, is not to be considered by you to prove the defendant's character or that the defendant has a disposition to commit crimes. Rather, such evidence may be considered by you only for the limited purpose of proving the defendant's motive, opportunity, intent, plan, or absence of mistake or accident. So that instruction provided, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to proceed with that exhibit, you may.
Your Honor, I don't have these.
Well, I believe the witness does.
May I publish?
Yes.
Just briefly before I do, Detective, before we took a break, we spoke about timeline you had prepared.
Correct.
And the reason you prepared that was to aid the jury in understanding the events of this case.
Yes.
If you can take your pointer and go through these events and just read them into the record.
July 11th, 2019, Charles Vallow dies. September 2nd through September 3rd, 2019, Lori, Alex, and the kids, JJ and Tylee, moved to Rexburg, Idaho. The last known proof of life for Tylee was September 8th, 2019. The last known proof of life for JJ was September 22nd, 2019. The attempted shooting at Brenton Boudreaux, Gilbert, Arizona, or attempted homicide, October 2nd, 2019. The attempted shooting of Tammy Daybell, October 9th, 2019. The death of Tammy Daybell, October 19th, 2019.
Let me flip with you on the second page.
November 1st, police receive a call about a Jeep. The Jeep was located November 4th, 2019. Chad and Lori get married in Hawaii, November 5th, 2019. Welfare check on JJ, November 26th, 2019, which is the same day Alex and Chad were contacted. The Rexburg Police Department searched Lori and Alex's apartments November 27th, 2019. Search warrant served on the Daybell residence was June 9th on 2020. JJ and Tylee were taken to the Ada County Coroner's office June 10th, 2020. And the autopsy was conducted June 11th of 2020.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
Judge, would the court like me to start, or would you like to take a break, a lunch break?
Let's go ahead and get started with cross and go till it was, please.
Good afternoon, all. Good morning, officer.
Good morning, sir.
We do know each other. We've at least exchanged pleasantries a couple of times.
Yes, sir.
In the past. And I guess for purposes of this hearing, would you prefer that I refer to you as lieutenant or officer?
Lieutenant's fine.
Mr. Pryor, Apologize very much for the interruption. I wanted to confirm something on that last exhibit. It was entered by the court. Is that a demonstrative exhibit?
That's what I understood.
Either as a demonstrative or somebody.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Apologies for the interruption.
Judge, I'm also looking for the, oh, I found it. So Lieutenant, you've been involved in a number of aspects in regards to this case, is that right? That's correct. You've done some investigation on your own in terms of the welfare check with Lori Vallow, is that right?
Yes,
But you've also interviewed a number of witnesses, is that correct?
yes,
You interviewed Melanie Gibb, David Warwick, right?
yes,
Several times?
few times.
And you've interviewed a number of other witnesses as it relates to this case, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, now you previously discussed your role as a police officer and investigator in this case. And I guess I want to clarify something if we could, please. As a police officer investigating a case, your role is to conduct an investigation, right? Look at the facts. Correct. Try to establish and gain some information, right?
correct.
But you're not supposed to judge one way or the other, right? You're supposed to remain neutral.
That's correct.
And you're not supposed to narrow that role as a police officer to a particular person. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In other words, you're supposed to look at the evidence as a whole. And rather than focusing on one person and saying, we're going to assume this person did this, and we're going to build our case around prosecuting that person, that would be inappropriate, wouldn't it? Right. Your role is actually to look at all the evidence, consider all the evidence. And once you've gathered all the evidence that you think is relevant to a case, what do you do with that evidence?
We follow the evidence.
Okay. And then once you follow the evidence and you've established a report or you've come to concluding your investigation, what do you do with that evidence that you've concluded with?
We put a case together.
Okay. And then do you provide it to someone?
We provide it to the prosecutors.
Okay. So there's distinct roles as part of a criminal case. You'd agree with that, right?
Yes,
And your role is to conduct an investigation, correct?
correct.
Look into all possible evidence of any kind, correct?
That's correct.
And view the evidence, right?
Yes,
Not make any determination as to what that evidence means, but rather gather as much evidence as you think is relevant in your mind and put together a compilation of that evidence, correct?
correct.
Okay. And then at that point, only at that point, do you provide it to the prosecuting attorney and they make a determination as to whether or not they will pursue charges against somebody. Do you understand? Is that the way you understand the process is supposed to work?
Yes,
Okay. And if you were not to follow that process, if you were not to follow what I just described, that wouldn't be appropriate. There's protocols. You agree with that, right?
yes,
Okay. And you should never blend the roles of a police officer with the role of a prosecuting attorney. You would agree with that, right?
explain what you mean by blend the roles.
Well, I mean, it's not a prosecutor's role to show up at an investigation when you're conducting an investigation and engage in part of the process of an interviewing witnesses. You'd agree with that, right?
I've had prosecutors show up to certain investigations.
Okay, but that's not the norm, is it?
I think it depends on the investigation.
Okay, okay. So in other words, you think that it's appropriate that if a prosecutor is deciding whether to pursue charges against somebody, that they should also participate in the interviewing of these witnesses as part of that process. Is that what you're telling me?
I think it's important for a prosecutor to have all the information.
Well, doesn't that create a problem in your mind?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, let me talk to you a little bit about that. Because if you're doing an investigation and you're really remaining neutral as part of that investigation, right? You're not supposed to make judgments, correct?
Correct.
You're supposed to look at the evidence, gather all the evidence, and then make a determination of what evidence you want to submit to a prosecuting attorney, right?
Correct.
Do you ever get involved in the process of deciding whether someone should be charged or not?
What do you mean by that, sir?
Well, after the evidence is all gathered, and after you've done your report as a police officer and put together all of the information, do you ever go over to the prosecutor's office and say, you know what, I put this evidence together, and you know what, I want to have a discussion with you about whether or not we want to charge this person? That wouldn't be appropriate, would it?
I'm gonna object as argumentative.
Sustained.
Okay. But would it be appropriate for a prosecutor to interview witnesses and inject their personal opinion in those processes of interviewing witnesses? Would that be proper under any circumstances?
Yeah, I'm gonna object as argumentative.
I'll overrule that objection.
And could you repeat the question again?
Yes. But would it be appropriate for a prosecutor to interview witnesses and inject their personal opinion in those processes of interviewing witnesses? Would that be proper under the circumstances?
To interject their personal opinion?
Yeah.
I would say probably not.
Okay. So if you're engaging in name calling or making references to a person's character in a case, that would clearly be an inappropriate act, would it not?
Objection beyond the scope, Your Honor.
That's sustained. That's facts, not evidence.
Right. Now, you spoke a little bit about this body cam issue. And you said that it was a policy that there's only one body cam among 7 of 10 of you as detectives. Is that right?
No, sir, I never once said it was policy. I just said there was only one body cam.
Oh,
So in 7 detectives.
So in other words, you share a body cam. It's not a policy within the department.
Correct.
Okay, is there a policy in the department about recording or trying to preserve a record when you're interviewing witnesses?
Yes.
Okay, what's that policy, sir?
When we conduct interviews in the police department,
Yeah.
those interviews are recorded.
Okay. Now, what about if you're out in the field and you're conducting an interview? Is that to be recorded as well?
There's no policy that says it has to be recorded.
Okay. Do you carry a microphone as well, officer, other than a body cam?
No, not on my person, I don't.
Okay, do you carry a cell phone while you're doing that? That's issued by the county.
Do I keep the cell phone in my car? Yes.
I didn't ask you that. I said, do you carry a cell phone when you go out in the field?
On my person or in my vehicle?
Either one.
In my vehicle.
Okay. And does that cell phone have the technology that allows you to record or photograph and videotape images?
Yes, it does.
Okay. All right. So what I understand is on November 26, 2019, you were directed your folks to go out to the Lori Vallow residence. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and you said that you were with Ron Ball. Is that who you said you were with?
At one time, yes, I was with a couple different officers that day.
Oh, so tell me who you were with on that day. Mind me.
Detective Dave Holt,
Okay,
Detective David Stubbs,
okay.
and Lieutenant Ron Ball.
So there were 4 of you who went out there to locate or to find out some information about what again? Remind me.
About the whereabouts of J.J. Vallow.
Okay, and this was a concern that you had because you were contacted by another law enforcement agency expressing concern about the safety of a young child, right?
No, sir.
Okay, tell me what was the purpose?
It was a simple welfare check.
Okay. And you went out on this welfare check and there were, if my math is correct, please correct me. Did all 4 of you detectives and lieutenants go out at the same time?
No, sir.
You went out at different times.
Myself and Dave Holt went out initially.
Okay, and then when did the other 2 officers show up?
When I called them based on the lies that I had been told.
Okay. And these lies that you've been told, at that point, you and Detective Hope, neither of you decided to bring a video camera, right? That's correct. And neither of you decided to wear a recorder to record any of the incidents that took place about these so-called lies, right?
That's correct.
And nobody took out their phone and recorded it or made a video or audio recording of the discussion with Mr. Daybell or Mr. Cox on November 26, 2019, right?
That's correct.
And even after you said these so-called lies, even after you discovered that, Mr. Daybell apparently told you something that you didn't think was true, at that point, did you instruct any of the officers who were coming to aid you? Maybe it's a good idea we should bring an audio with, or a video camera with us, or a mic to record some of these statements, because I have some concerns.
Objection, we did that, sir.
Hold on.
I'm going, there was an objection and sustaining the objection. So, strike the answer. You can ask another question, Mr. Pryor.
And it was Detective Stubbs who had the video cam, is that right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And that was when you video cammed Miss Vallow, about when you had contact eventually with Miss Vallow, is that what the video camera that you're talking about?
I didn't have contact with Miss Vallow.
Now, I'm a little confused about something. And maybe you can clear this up. You said that you asked Mr. Daybell first about whether he had Lori Vallow's phone number, correct?
No, sir, I didn't contact Mr. Daybell until after I contacted Alex Cox.
Okay. At some point, did you ask for Lori Vallow's phone number from Mr. Daybell?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And at no point did you ever make a threat to him saying you're going to turn this phone number over to us, right?
No, sir.
At no point did any other officer walk up to him and say, if you don't turn this phone number over, you're going to get yourself in a lot of trouble. That never took place to your knowledge, right?
That's correct.
Okay. But then after that, you're saying, at first he said, I'm not going to give you the phone number. And then out of the blue, he decides to give you the phone number.
Objection misstates the facts and evidence.
Okay. Then subsequent to that, he
Hold on, Mr. Pryor. When there's an objection, I'm gonna rule on it before you launch into another question. So the objection is sustained.
subsequent to that, he decides to give you the phone number. Is that right?
Can you repeat the question, please?
I'll go back over the analysis here.
Thank you.
Your testimony is that Mr. Daybell refused to give you the phone number at first, correct?
That's correct.
And that was an adamant refusal. He said, no, I don't know what her phone number is, right?
That's correct.
And then without any further prompting by the police officers or any encouragement by law enforcement, he shows back up and gives you the phone number later, right?
Objection is misstating the facts and the
Well,
evidence.
I'm trying to establish the facts, Judge.
The objection's overruled. If the witness has an answer, he may answer.
You say he showed back up, he never left when I originally asked him.
Okay,
I had to ask him twice to get the phone number.
okay. And how much time passed between the first request and the second request?
Roughly a minute.
Okay. So without any prompting by the police, he asked him for the phone number. He denied, and then within 60 seconds, he said, oh, here's the phone number. Is that what your testimony is?
When Detective Hope started walking towards us and I re-asked him again, that's when he gave me the number.
So you had to ask him twice. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Now I'm going to kind of bounce around a little bit, okay? Please bear with me, okay? You made a comment about supposed paintball guns, and if I misquote your testimony, please correct me, okay? You said something about a supposed paintball gun incident with Tammy Daybell, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you later on decided that it was the words you used were a shooting. Is that the word you used?
Probably.
Well, you were just here testifying a few minutes ago and just used the word shooting when Mr. Wood talked to you about that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as part of your investigation, you got a chance to look at all the evidence, right? In this case, you got access to almost all the evidence in this case, right?
That's correct.
And have you gone through all the evidence in this case?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and did you look at evidence of facts and circumstances surrounding the Tammy Daybell incident on October 9th?
Yes.
Okay. And Judge, just bear with me.
Your Honor, if he's gonna be showing evidence digitally, you will put our screen back up.
Yeah.
Not sure I'm gonna be up there, but okay. Now, I would represent to you that we previously stipulated to the admission of a number of exhibits in this case. And one of the exhibits is exhibit number 16. Okay? And the parties that previously exhibited, Judge, we've already moved it, it's already been exhibited. So what I'm gonna do is show you exhibit 16. Okay?
And this is one already admitted.
It's already been admitted, Judge, previously. Now, you talked about facts, and you used the word shooting is what you used, right? With Tammy Daybell?
Correct.
And you don't believe that Tammy Daybell was shot at with anything other than a paintball gun, do you?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
You don't believe that Tammy Daybell was shot with anything other than a paintball gun, do you?
Yes, I do, sir.
Okay, and what do you base that on?
The evidence through our investigation.
Okay. And part of your investigation is did you look at the Tammy Daybell evidence that she provided to your office?
To my office or Fremont County?
Fremont County.
I did.
Okay. And one of the pieces of evidence is exhibit number 16. Judge, I don't see it going up.
All right, counsel, if you'd like, we can take a motion break or we can keep moving on here from that.
Here we are, Judge.
Okay.
Okay, and officer, I'd have you turn to the screen and see if you can read the screen. Just read it. Not out loud, just to yourself. Let me know when you're done.
I'm done, sir.
Okay. And I would represent to you that this is a email from Tammy Daybell to her friends in the Salem 3rd Ward of her church. Okay? And would you start with the word something and read the email to me?
Something really weird just happened. I want you to know so you can watch out. I'd gotten home and parked in our front driveway. As I was getting stuff out of the back seat, a guy wearing a ski mask suddenly standing at the back of my car with a paintball gun. He shot at me several times, although I don't think it was loaded. I yelled for Chad and he ran around the back of the house. I have no idea what his motive was, and he never spoke, even after I asked him several times what he though.
Okay. So, and do you see the date on this email? It's just about friends there.
Are we gonna object to this being characterized as an email?
I'll sustain that.
Okay.
Do you want to clarify, Mr. Farr, what type of communication it is?
Well, it's a communication to the friends of the church, and I think it's a text
I'm
message.
sorry.
I can. I believe it's a text message. Judge, I may have misstated that it was an email.
Okay.
My apologies. So this text message went out to all of the friends of the Salem 3rd Ward. It's an LDS ward over in town of Salem, right?
I can't answer
You don't
that.
know, you know where the town of Salem is, right?
I do.
And that's a town that's close to Rexburg?
Correct.
Okay. And obviously, you can't answer that about the ward or anything like that, but obviously the term ward would suggest that it's some sort of a religious group of folks they're talking to, right?
Correct.
Okay. But this email doesn't say that she was shot with a gun, or there's even a mention of a gun. The email talks about a paintball.
Again, I'm gonna object to characterization of this as an email. It needs to be
Text message, judges, it's gonna be.
I'm sorry. Let's speak for.
Yeah. When there's an objection, Mr. Again, gotta have time to get it on the record, make a ruling, and then respond to these. So sustained, that's the evidence.
Text.
I'm also gonna object to this being described as a text message. There needs to be some foundation for what this evidence actually is.
Judge, I don't need a foundation. This has been admitted as an exhibit. This is
All right.
it.
I'll overrule that objection. Jury can review it in the format it came in with the screen capture.
So anyway, this message from Ms. Daybell to the people in the third ward doesn't say that it was a gun, does it?
Says, does say it's a gun, just says it's a paintball gun.
Oh, it says it's a paintball gun. You're right. Okay.
Yes, sir.
It doesn't say any other gun, though, right? That there's any confusion about that, right?
Not in this email or text.
Okay. Did you also have an occasion to look at the, I'll be bringing that up later, but the search engine from Tammy Daybell's account?
No, I did not look at the search engine for Tammy's.
Were you aware that, and I'm gonna hack his name, but one of the officers, Officer K, he, whatever his name is, Officer K, was provided email, search information that Tammy Daybell engaged in regarding the paintball guns in a picture. Were you aware of that?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm asking whether he's aware of it.
Overruled.
Are you aware of it?
I was aware that he was provided information. I can't tell you exactly what information he was.
Okay, we'll get to that in another day. But did you also listen to the 911 call that was made regarding the paintball incident?
I did.
Okay. And there was no mention of a gun in that 911 call, right?
No.
The mention in the 911 call is that someone took a shot at me or tried to take a shot with a paintball gun, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So the suggestion today that it was a gun is based on your own hunch, right?
No, sir.
Well, do you have the gun?
I have evidence of Google searches done by Alex Cox around that time.
Okay. Do you have information as to where Alex Cox was at the time of this alleged shooting?
Yes, sir.
You do have evidence of that?
He was at the Daybell residence earlier that day.
I didn't ask you on the day of the Daybell residence at the time of this shooting. And do you recall when this shooting took place?
I believe it was maybe 8 in the evening, maybe.
Right. And let's clarify this because the data that you have regarding him being at the residence was much earlier in the day, right?
That's correct.
And you don't have any data that shows that Alex Cox's phone dinged or any other communication device that Alex Cox had was at the location of the house at the time of this paintball incident, do you?
At the time, no, sir.
Okay. And so at this point, the information you're talking about is there's some Google searches by Alex Cox, correct?
That's correct.
And the information is that you've decided to not take into consideration Tammy Daybell's own statement about a paintball gun?
Objection misstates his testimony.
Sustained.
So what other information are you leaning on to suggest that this was anything but a paintball gun?
The Google searches performed by Alex Cox talked about shooting through Dodge Dakota.
Okay. And I appreciate that. And that would be one of Chad and Tammy Daybell's vehicles. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Were you aware of who was driving the Dodge Dakota at the time that incident took place?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you talk to any of the family members, any of the 4 children about
who was actually the driver of this Dodge Dakota that Alex Cox was trying to figure out a way to shoot through?
We attempted to contact those children and they wouldn't speak with us.
Okay, so you don't know whether Chad Daybell or Tammy Daybell were driving that Dodge Dakota, right?
That's correct.
So the reality is that Tammy Daybell was driving the Dodge Dakota. It sounds like Alex Cox had something for Tammy Daybell. Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm not suggesting that. I'm just simply stating what Mr. Cox's Google searches were around the time of that shooting.
Okay, and you're basing those Google searches on your position that you believe this was a shooting, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so if Chad Daybell was driving the Dodge Dakota during this time, and he was the primary driver and maybe the only driver, would that mean then you would be looking at whether Alex Cox was trying to shoot Chad Daybell?
Chad Daybell didn't call in a 911 call and said he was shot at. Tammy Daybell.
Yeah, but Tammy Daybell called in a 911 call about a paintball gun. And it was a paintball gun. And we'll have Officer Cannon talk about that. And we'll listen to the 911 call.
Objection, that's not a question.
Well, the question is,
Mr. Pryor, again, you've got to give me an opportunity to roll an objection. If it is sustained, let's just argument, it's not a question, you can ask another question.
the shooting and the call that was taking place was in reference to a paintball gun incident, wasn't it?
Can you repeat the question, sir? I couldn't hear you.
The call that was made regarding this incident was a 911 call about a paintball incident, wasn't it? They used the words paintball in the 911 call.
That's correct.
We'll move on. Okay. Now, we previously talked about, and Judge, I don't know when you want to stop. I've got a ways to go.
I think this probably is a good time for the lunch break, even though so we will take our lunch recess. That will be an hour. We'll plan on coming back on for additional testimony around 10 and a quarter after 1.
All rise, please.
And welcome back to Law and Crime. Everybody for joining us. So we are still in the Idaho trial for defendant Chad Daybell, the self-proclaimed prophet turned accused murderer. But right now, the jury is on their lunch break. So that means we're going to be doing our live Q&A here on the network. This is where you submit your questions on social media like YouTube, Twitter, X, Facebook. And my guests and I are going to be answering all those questions the best way that we can. But before we even Q&A, I want to give you more background about the case. Chad Daybell is the 55-year-old defendant who faced 3 counts of first-degree murder for the 2019 deaths of Tammy Daybell, Tylee Ryan, and Joshua J.J. Vallow. Tammy, Chad's wife at the time, died in October of 2019 of what was later found to be asphyxiation or suffocation. As for Tylee and JJ, the children of the defendant's current wife and co-defendant Lori Vallow, they were just 16 and 7 respectively in September of 2019 when they went missing. And the remains were found buried in the defendant's backyard in June of 2020. Now, the children's mother, Lori, she was convicted and sentenced to life in prison almost a year ago now for her role in her children's deaths and other charges. Chad and Lori appear to have been convinced that the end of times were approaching and the dark spirits were taking over the souls of various people in their lives. They reportedly believed that these dark spirits were turning people into zombies and that those people needed to be eliminated or killed. It's just a wild, wild roller coaster story. But Daybell's trial is expected to last up to 10 weeks. Long Crime is going to be covering every second of it, so you're going to stay here for coverage. But right now, let's talk about our Q&A. With me to talk about it is Terry Austin and host of Pretty Lies and Alibis, the podcast, Gigi McKelvey. Great to have you both back here. Okay, let's start it off. We got a question from Bonkers from YouTube. Gigi, I'll start it with you. What is the effect of the prosecution starting their case with the detective in Chad's trial, meaning Ray Hermosillo? Because the prosecution in Lori's trial started first with Kay Woodcock, JJ's grandmother. Is this an effective change in strategy? Gigi, what do you make of it?
I think maybe, the prosecution had a year to sort of go back and fine tune the way they presented Lori's case. Maybe they saw that this testimony was more effective with the jury. It's powerful. It's why we're here, finding those kids' bodies and finding out what happened. So maybe they're just going in fast and furious and putting out the worst part to make that first impression. That's kind of what I think. Kay's testimony is crucial to establishing the search for the kids beginning with that welfare check. But I think going in with Detective Ray Hermosillo is smart because it's kind of that shock value of what was found that day and in what condition.
So, Terry, we have a lot. And by the way, Terry, you can answer that point. But look, I think that if you have a winning strategy from the prosecution, why change things up if you want to address that? But I have a lot of questions right now from a lot of different people asking the same thing. Grizzamom from YouTube. What's Pryor trying to do with this line of questioning, meaning the way he's cross-examining Detective Ray Hermosillo? This is also from Yvonne Wilhouse on YouTube. Was there any point to that cross at all? Walk us through it.
The problem here is Pryor doesn't have a lot to attack. So one of the first things you see a defense attorney doing is attacking the investigation. And I think the reason that the detective is on the stand first here, it's a very little change. I mean, he was the third witness, now he's the first witness. He's outlining the dates. He's doing the timeline. Then I think they'll probably call Kay to talk about when she started thinking about the missing of JJ. So I think it makes sense. But what Pryor is doing is trying to say, look, you came into this with a foregone conclusion. You weren't just investigating. You were supposed to gather all the evidence, then give it to the prosecution for them to determine whether or not this individual committed a crime. And instead, what you did, or at least this is what Pryor is claiming, you came to a conclusion and followed that instead of following the facts.
It's a tactic. It's a tactic for sure. We go to Joe Simpson on YouTube. This is for you, Gigi. Hi, Long Crime. Ask Gigi if she thinks Pryor's tactics are effective.
No, I think they're going to very quickly grate on the nerves of this jury. And I saw it last year, in Lori's trial, the defense was very reserved due to the fact she set very strict parameters of what they couldn't do. But there were times where the cross-exam did get a little forceful, and juries don't appreciate that. It makes everybody in the room feel uncomfortable. I think the jury is going to be sympathizing with Detective Hermosillo. Last year's facial expressions, you could tell the man is devastated at what he found. And for John Pryor to be attacking him I just don't think it's going to be effective at all. It's probably going to very quickly start to have this jury not want to listen to him very much.
Well, I'm going to push back a little bit on this because, look, this is a tremendously difficult case for him to defend when the bodies of these children are found on his client's property. Now, we heard in opening statements yesterday to suggest maybe the property is bigger than we think, that it wasn't like it was just in front of the front door, it was on the pasture side. Can we really say what the cause of death was for Tammy? How much can you say that she was actually killed when maybe she had other health ailments? And really putting the blame on Alex Cox and Lori Vallow as the people who perpetrated this, and Chad was left in the dark. I thought he gave a really compelling opening statement. I'm curious to see. This is the first cross-examination of the first state witness in the case. But, we get more questions here, Terry, about this. So this is Lido Leith on YouTube. What exactly is his point? Meaning, Pryor, does he expect the jury to believe that with all of these suspicious deaths, that Tammy just happened to get randomly shot with a paintball gun? Now, remember, she wasn't shot with anything, but the allegation was that she was shot at right before her death by Alex Cox. So what exactly do you think that line of questioning by John Pryor is getting to?
Here's the point, Jesse. John Pryor is trying to create some reasonable doubt. And he told the jury during his opening, follow facts, don't make assumptions. Just because there are coincidences in this case doesn't mean that, in fact, his client was responsible. Now, everybody died back to back. I mean, we saw the missing of the children, everyone getting shot at, meaning Brandon got shot at, meaning that, Tammy ends up dying. Charles Vallow was the first one to be killed or shot. And so I think what John Pryor is trying to say is, look, these things do happen. And perhaps Tammy did die a natural death. You can't jump to a conclusion unless you have all of the facts in place. I don't think it's going to work. I think it's too many coincidences. And I think that jury is not going to believe him, but he's got to help to defend his client. And I think he's creating a little bit of doubt. You just said it. Yep. The fact that, Tammy, she had heart ailments, she had difficulties. And so who knows?
One of the things that I think about, and we're covering this on Sidebar, our podcast here on Law and Crime, I'm always reminded by that infamous text that Chad sent to his wife, Tammy, about on the day that they believe these kids were killed, or at least buried on the property, where he's talking about that he had to burn these limb debris by the fire pit, that he shot a raccoon. So again, the more that you could say, well, it was Alex Cox who just deposited these bodies on the property on the same day, and Chad Daybell did nothing about it, and sends this message. The coincidences here are just too eerie to go through, but there's just so much to go through. All right, let's continue on the discussion here. Gigi, I'm going to move over to you. This is a question I'm not sure of. This is an interesting one. This is from Cutter McGilf on YouTube. Chad's children really thought their father was innocent. Wouldn't they have spoken to the police about their mother? Do you know anything about Chad's children speaking to police about Tammy?
We haven't really heard a whole lot about that. I would imagine if any of his kids have spoken, it would be Garth Daybell, because he was there when Chad found Tammy deceased. He was the one that actually called 911. Chad eventually took over that phone call. So we don't know for sure. But clearly, they're going to come in as defense witnesses to back up the fact that their mom was sick, in spite of everybody else outside of the house saying she was just fine, even up to the day before. So they've only given that one interview publicly as well. They've been pretty tight-lipped, and we really haven't seen a whole lot in Lori's trial that would indicate they had talked to police.
Okay, so by the way, just want to let everybody know these are great questions. Keep them coming in. Twitter, X, Facebook, YouTube. This is your time. If you have a question about the Chad Daybell case, throw it in there. You do a super chat. It's the best way to get your question up to the top. But we're going to keep it going. Let me just stick with you for a second, Gigi. Talking about the jury makeup, this is from Chiraz on YouTube. Do we know how many parents are on the jury?
I don't really know a number of parents, just not being there in person, but we have 10 men, 8 women, so it's pretty even. We don't know who the deliberators will be until right before, but it seems to me that it's a healthy mix. And, I watched all of jury selection. I do have the notes. I don't have them up right now, but ultimately there were quite a few that were passed through that were parents. How many of those ended up on the jury? I'm not sure.
All right, you can come back to that. I'm actually going to throw to Terry for a different question. Really good question. This is from Tessa. These are all great questions, but this one is a very good legal question. This is from Tessa Bowery on YouTube. Tessa, thanks for coming back. I know that she was Tessa was on with us yesterday. Is Pryor not being death penalty licensed, does that affect any future appeals Chad may have?
It's an excellent question, Tessa. Yes, I think it does. I mean, look, he tried to get off the case before, as we talked about yesterday. He is not death penalty qualified. There could be some problems with that. Maybe he didn't ask the right questions during voir dire. And it is a ground for appeal. Now, we know there was that motion where someone was trying to come in. Theoretically, that person was a death penalty qualified attorney. That's sealed. We haven't seen it. We don't know. But he tried to get off the case. The judge said no. He's asked for help.
And just to be clear, there is a difference between being a regular trial lawyer fighting for Chad Daybell's innocence in that courtroom versus the second stage of this case, if he's convicted, the death penalty. That's a different qualification. That's a different skill set, right?
Well, absolutely. But you should get a death qualified attorney in there when, in fact, you are picking the jury, not just for that second phase. He should be there, or she should be there for the entire trial to help with the selection process and to help with the questioning of the witnesses, and certainly during that penalty phase when, in fact, they're going through the aggravating and mitigating services.
All right, Gigi, going to go back to you. Don't know if you have any more thoughts about the jury makeup, but I do have more questions for you. This is from Air S on YouTube. Was that confirmed that Alex died of natural causes in the autopsy?
It was. He died actually the day that they were having an all-agency meeting about the case. FBI, all the different agencies were there. Towards the end, they got the word that he was the subject of a 911 call. So the FBI attended his autopsy, but ultimately it was a pulmonary embolism and he was cremated, although they did save samples for future testing. But yeah, closed out as a natural death.
Let me stick with you for a second here, Gigi. Do we know, this is from Ashley Church, 1237 from YouTube. Is anyone from Chad's family there in the courtroom? Now, I know we kind of got this question yesterday, if there's any supporters of his in that courtroom. Did you get any sense? I know you have some sources there.
Yeah, I haven't heard today either that anybody's there supporting him. Nobody.
Okay, let's keep it going. I'm going to go to you, Terry. This is from Sherry Mango on YouTube, Law and Crime Network. Do you see the same witnesses in this trial as Lori's? I will tell you that this is going to be a different trial and a longer trial because of the death penalty aspect of it. But do you think we're going to be seeing overlap, same witnesses?
I do. There were 59 witnesses in Lori's trial. We're already seeing some overlap with the detective on the stand. And I think we will see more overlap and we'll see additional witnesses, because you heard John Pryor say during his opening statement that he is calling 4 expert witnesses to talk about that DNA, mostly forensic individuals. And so I definitely think we're going to see some of the same people, some of the same police officers, those people who investigated the case, some of the same witnesses. I definitely think we're going to see people like Zulema, people like, Melanie Gibb, who have been supportive of the prosecution's allegations. So I think it would make total sense to bring them back again.
Gigi, over to you. We got a bunch of questions about Tammy Daybell. Let me go to this. This is from Air S on YouTube. Another good question. Was Tammy alive when Tylee and JJ were murdered? I forgot. The answer, I believe, is yes, right? Because she didn't die until October and the kids were presumed to die in September, right?
That's correct. And they were in her backyard for weeks before she was murdered, which is very horrifying to think about in general. And she's a librarian, worked with kids. They were in the yard for weeks before she was killed.
And that's why Chad had sent that text message to Tammy. Well, I've had an interesting morning. I felt I should burn all the limb debris by the fire pit before it got too soaked by the oncoming storms. While I did so, I spotted a big raccoon along the fence. I hurried and got my gun, and he was still walking along. I got close enough that one shot did the trick. He is now in our pet cemetery. Fun times. Again, the allegation would be he sent all that away to cover up what was done in their yard. But Gigi, let me stick with you for a second. We have a question from Little Old Me 24 on YouTube. How long before Tammy died was Lori shopping for rings?
As early as May. So Tammy Daybell was murdered October 19th, and it was in May that she actually ordered, I believe it was in May that she ordered a set of malachite rings on Etsy but the person that made those rings was a student and couldn't fulfill the order. Ultimately, she used Charles Vallow's Amazon account to order those rings and have them delivered up there in Idaho. So May, at least we're trying to order rings and looking at wedding dresses and all that stuff months before.
All right, let's keep the questions coming. Facebook, Twitter, X, YouTube, keep answering them. Terry, I'll go to you. This is from Usaki 1986 on YouTube. What was the blessing that Chad gave Alex over the phone right before Alex Cox died? Do you remember?
Yes, I definitely remember. And I think that the blessing was given to him at that time because Chad probably knew, and it's a speculation, that he was going to die. The blessing was because he has been following all of the things that he's supposed to do, that he's risen in the, the religion, and that he is going to be. That was actually how they were enticing him. At least that's the allegation, that, Chad and Lori were enticing him all along to do their dirties, saying he will be blessed and he will be part of those individuals who are, looked at.
Supporting that household for a very long time, in fact.
Let me go to you, Terry. Another legal question. This is from Domesthenius from YouTube. If you were defending this trial, what would your move be? And do you think that mens rea would come into play given Chad's professed beliefs? So I'm assuming that's kind of like a mental health kind of argument.
I mean, the first thing I would do if I were defending Chad Daybell is say, look, you should take a plea here. But if I were putting him in a trial, as far as that mens rea is concerned, in Idaho, there is no insanity defense.
Right.
I mean, they can show that he didn't have, as our smart viewer has asked, he didn't have the mental capacity, the mens rea, the knowledge to go, the intent to go so far as to commit this crime because he was thinking that he had the right to do, he was told, these were dark spirits, et cetera, et cetera. But I think that's going to be difficult to prove because he knew what he was doing. Even if he thought he was motivated by these, supposedly dark and light spirits and these were zombies, he knew what he was doing when these murders were taking place, particularly as it relates to Tammy, if in fact he was the one specifically involved with her killing.
And I even with Lori Vallow Daybell, I mean, so twisted. I've wrestled with this. If the insanity defense was on the table, could she be found insane? I think there's a possibility, but also I say to myself, there were so many times that she didn't give the answer, what happened to the kids, even to Colby Ryan. And if you really believe that this was justified and your mindset is so warped that you thought this was right, you say it. Yeah, we killed them because we had to get the demons out. Why am I being arrested? I don't get it. I did nothing wrong. Now, that's a very extreme example, but there were steps that were taken to hide what happened. But,
absolutely.
All right, let me just stick with you for a second, Terry. We got another question, and it's a legal question about what we're seeing from John Pryor. So this is from Emily Barbato from YouTube. If Pryor will be trying to pin everything on Alex and Lori, why would he be trying to discredit the technically himself that it was not a paintball gun that got at Tammy? It makes no sense to me. Good point. Like, why are you fighting against that? Shouldn't you just say, yeah, Alex Cox tried to shoot Tammy. My client didn't.
Right. I think it's all part and parcel of the fact that Pryor is trying to say that the investigation was flawed in some way because you've jumped to these conclusions and you don't know if that was a paintball or a real gun or what's your evidence to all of that. I mean, where's the hard, concrete evidence? And so I think he's just trying to say in every way he can at every point that, look, this investigation was flawed. You had already come to a foregone conclusion before you found out all of the real evidence because you did not know at that time what this was.
Over to you. G. Maril from YouTube. Do you think Lori will divorce Chad after seeing her tossed under the bus, or will she stay in her delusional life and belief?
I do not see Lori Vallow divorcing Chad Daybell. She's all in. She's committed. We see now Chad not so committed, willing to throw her under the bus and back over her for good measure. No, I think if anybody divorces, it would be Chad.
Interesting. That would be interesting. Let me just follow this up with you, Gigi. This is Samantha Stewart from YouTube. Question: do Lori and Chad currently communicate? If not, will they be allowed to after he's sentenced? So this is foregone conclusion that he's going to be convicted and sentenced, then, definitely a possibility. Do they communicate, or will they allow to communicate?
We haven't heard if they're communicating currently. She actually emailed me last year towards the end, so I bit just to see if I could find out that very thing. And she took my stamps and ran. So I didn't have get scam Lori Vallow on my card last year with her in solitary. But hey,
you tried to write her?
She wrote me.
She wrote
Jesse,
you
right after the. Yes, she sent me 3 emails asking for media money. I had stamps on that account where I talked to a contact of mine. I can't use it her way. I knew who it was.
Wow.
I was at her trial every day. I said, hey, if you ever want to chit chat, I talked to some people involved in the case, made sure they were cool with it. They were like, yeah, see what we can find out. But we don't know if they're communicating or not. I tried, but she took my stamps and ran.
Oh my gosh. Imagine that interview. Wow. I don't even know where to begin if that were to happen. By the way, just focusing on that for a second here, Terry, there's a very similar issue happening in the Crumbly case. The Crumbly case put forward, now that they've all been convicted and they're all serving time, do they have a constitutional right to now be in contact with one another? And I think it's interesting because there's one thing to say they're co-defendants, maybe they shouldn't have the ability to talk with one another before trial, But now that they're all convicted, do you have a constitution to be family?
Well, that issue did come up, and it was actually argued, as I recall it, and the defense was saying, yes, they do have a constitutional right. This is family.
Because this is very similar.
Correct.
Yeah.
This is family. They have a right to talk to each other. There's no, chance or possibility that they're going to taint any trials at this point because they've been convicted. Now, there are appeals, and perhaps at the end of the day, you can argue that they shouldn't be able to talk to each other until all of the appeals are taken. But I think at this point, after the convictions, it's no harm in them going forward and having a conversation between themselves. It'll be recorded, but at least they can talk to each other.
PG, over to you. Question from Bourne from YouTube. Has Lori filed an appeal yet? My understanding is she has.
She has. Yeah, that was pretty quick after her trial. I think there was a certain window of when she had to, and she did.
And I think she said her constitutional rights were violated.
Yes, and part of it was based on the mental illness factor. I remember reading in one of the reports that, that was one of the claims, that the fact that she wasn't competent to stand trial. She should not have been deemed competent, and that was one of the grounds for appeal, that she shouldn't have had trial at all.
And by the way, one of the reasons she didn't face the death penalty was because of a mistake the prosecution made in terms of discovery. Would have been very interesting to see if death penalty was on the table for her, if they would have sentenced her to death. All right, going over to you, Gigi. This is from Sweet Melisol from YouTube. Wonder if Chad's kids still believe he's 100% innocent before their mom's body was exhumed. I haven't heard if they changed their mind on his involvement.
I've heard rumblings, maybe 1 or 2 might not be as sensitive as they were. And that was sort of confirmed yesterday when Pryor said that 3 or 4 of Tammy's kids would testify about her failing health. So sort of in there for me, but as far as at least the majority, we've heard 100% they think he was set up, that they do not think that he killed their mother. And they've held that belief since he was arrested, and it's been years. And we've had a trial with a lot of evidence coming out that had text pretty much showing he was ready for Tammy to die. So at this point, if what they've heard so far doesn't convince them, I'm not sure anything.
2 weeks after she dies, the woman he'd been married to since 1990, he's out in Hawaii, getting married, frolicking on the beach, happy as can be, benefits from her life insurance policies. I'm not even a prosecutor. I'm just laying out what we see here. All right, let me go to you, Terry. We got a question here from Thad. The Mad Mac.
Better you than me, Jesse.
Will, with the appeals process and lack of needed drug, lethal injection, would death penalty be almost a life sentence? Or what options are available in Idaho for execution? Interesting question with the Brian Kohberger case also in the news.
Correct. My understanding is that they have a number of options as far as that's concerned. I thought I also read that there was someone not that long ago in Idaho who was subject to the firing squad. So let me get back to that viewer. I think that's excellent. What is the means?
Well, they authorized the firing squad method of execution, I think, last year. So that's again a question that on the table. Gigi, I'll throw it to you if you want to answer that, or if you want to answer this question from Susie Homemaker from YouTube. What did Chad shoot the raccoon with?
Back to the execution. For some reason, I think maybe that was they couldn't get a vein or something like that, and the firing squad is back on the table in Idaho. And what was the question about the raccoon? I'm sorry.
What did Chad shoot the raccoon with, or that he claimed?
That he went and got his gun, and when he got back, the raccoon was still on the fence, and it took one shot. So I'm assuming a handgun or something that he had. They didn't specify what type of gun. We haven't heard about that so far.
Let me just follow this up real quick from State Sunshine from YouTube. Did they find the raccoon's remains in the burial pit cemetery, Gigi?
They did not. They found a dog and a cat, I believe, but no raccoon.
How convenient that was. How interesting that was. All right. Real quick, Terry, give you one more question. Tessa Barry from YouTube. How will they spin everyone asking that for Terry was the mastermind? 20 seconds.
Oh my goodness. I think they're going to say that Lori was the mastermind, that, Pryor is definitely going to argue that Chad wasn't the one because, she enticed him, and she is the one who, even long before her brother Alex, shot at
Charles Vallow.
Correct. Shot at Charles Vallow. And
it was that she was the one who was manipulating
absolutely.
everything. She's the one who came up to him. We'll see. Terry Austin, Gigi McKelvey, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. That does it for us on our Q&A session. I want to remind you all that you can head over to our channel for continuing coverage. We'll be right back right after this. Brian Buckmeyer's up next.
Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Pryor, you ready to continue with your cross-examination?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, we'll go ahead and have the jurors brought in.
Judge, sorry.
It's up to you. You can take the ball if you'd like, or you might adjust the table.
All rise, please.
Very present in council.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we are back on record on case CR 2221-163, State of Iowa versus Chad Daybell. The defense is conducting cross-examination of the witness, Detective Hermosillo. Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to continue, you may.
Officer Hermosillo, I'm going to take my time. I am probably doing too much coffee this morning, so I waited that over the lunch hour. Now I think I'm okay. Let's hope so. And that I think the judges admonished me enough at this point that I think I got the point. So we're going to go a little slower if you don't mind. Yeah. So I want to go back to the paintball incident. And you said that one of the pieces of evidence was that Alex Cox had Googled a black Dodge Dakota, correct?
He Googled what caliber it would take to shoot through the windshield of Dodge Dakota.
Was it the windshield?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Judge, there's previously been an admission of Exhibit 34 by stipulation. That's Homer J. Maximus with a reference from the state as well. And we'll get back to that in a minute. But there was at least a reference at some point that there was going to be trying to find out what kind of caliber it would take to penetrate a Dodge Dakota vehicle, at some point, windshields or otherwise, correct? Correct. And you took that as a threat, as a means of saying that's why Alex Cox was trying to kill Tammy Daybell.
That goes along with him being at the residence that same day earlier.
Okay.
And the incident involving Tammy Daybell.
Okay. 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 And that's what drew you to that conclusion. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So we don't know who was driving the Dodge Dakota regularly, do we? Because he didn't do the case. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And we do know that on the day that you said Chad Daybell, at least you were alleging that Chad Daybell fled on sometime in June 9th.
Actually, takes the testimony.
Well, try to clarify that. High rate of speed, Chad Daybell left the area. Is that fair?
That's fair.
That's what you're stating, correct?
That's correct.
And in the vehicle that he was in, do you know that that was the Dodge Dakota that supposedly he was fleeing in?
It was not Dodge Dakota he was fleeing in.
Okay, what vehicle was he fleeing in?
I can't recall off the top of my head. We have it found, but it wasn't the Dodge Dakota.
Okay. Okay. So there were two vehicles, an Equinox and a Dodge Dakota. On June 9th, which there are two vehicles that the Daybells owned, an Equinox and the Dodge Dakota. Which one was it that he was allegedly fleeing?
I just did. I couldn't recall the vehicle that was arrested.
Okay, okay, that's fair. That's fair. So, just to recap, we know that there was a Google search by Alex Cox on his Homer J. Maximus account, correct?
Correct.
And that there was an allegation that someone was, or that Alex Cox was trying to figure out what caliber to at least shoot at the black Dodge Dakota, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We don't know who the target was, or who was the target was in that Dodge Dakota, but we know someone who owned the vehicle, obviously, right?
Well, I would assume so.
Okay, okay. Now, that's what you based on the fact that you thought that there was an attempt on Tammy Daybell that day, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you read that email from the Homer J, or the research from the Homer J. Maximus account, did you take into consideration the date of when that search took place?
I did.
And when was that?
I can't recall. I have to refer to my notes.
Okay. I'm gonna take the liberty of helping you out a little bit. At least I think that would help you. Judge, I don't know why it's not up on the screen.
Is this a exhibit? 34. Sorry. Which 34 sub exhibits?
I believe it's A, Judge.
34A is admitted previously by stipulation. 34A is what you're trying to publish, Mr. Clark?
Yes, Judge.
I don't know if there's someone can assist to see it, but the okay, it is admitted.
There we go. I'm sorry, and I don't know what. All the best laid plans to prepare for this. So I'd like you to take a look up at the screen, if you would. Look at the date of when this search took place.
Okay.
And what is that date?
October 12th
Of
2019.
Okay, now what was the date that allegedly Tammy Daybell was shot at with a paintball gun?
October 9th, 2019.
So if I understand, the paintball was took place 3 days before the search took place.
Correct.
Okay, but you still continue to believe that was basis for someone going after, Tammy Daybell, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. But you don't have any Google searches that suggest anything else in a threatening manner? This is the one and only that you're relying on, is that right?
No, that's not right.
All right, what else are you relying on?
If you scroll up on October 9th, I believe that evening.
Okay. Go ahead.
Alex Cox Google's how to make AR-15 function in cold weather.
Okay.
There's some other Googles if you'd like to go up.
Well, I've got those, and we're gonna go through those. And we'll have an opportunity to do that, but,
And that was the night Tammy was shot at.
okay. And he Googled that night, right?
That's correct.
What time of night was that, do you recall?
I'd have to look at my notes.
Okay. Okay, but he also had to Google a lot of things, right?
I can't answer that.
Well, you know about the Hannibal Lecter thing, right?
No, sir.
Oh, okay. Well, before we get to the Hannibal Lecter thing, let's talk a little bit about some of the other searches from Homer J. Maximus. October 21. Best tactical cutting moves, right?
Correct.
See that one?
All right, and Mr. Pryor, you're gonna have to stay by that microphone or we don't pick up what it said.
Good judge.
October 22nd, 2019. Sharpening swords. Knife sharp, right?
Correct.
What was the date of Tammy Daybell's death?
October 19th, 2019.
Okay, so 3 days after Tammy Daybell dies, Alex Cox is still looking at sharpening swords and a block knife sharpener 3 days after Tammy Daybell's death. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. October 23rd. 4 days after Tammy Daybell's died. 15 facts about the silence of the lambs you didn't know. Call that one?
No, sir.
Okay. And that was 4 days after Tammy dies, right? Okay. Now, when you searched, and I believe it was 107, was that the unit that we found all of the knives and the guns?
No, sir. That was 175.
Okay, 175. That was Lori Vallow's unit then, right?
That was the unit that Lori Vallow lived in, but Alex Cox was on the tenant agreement.
Okay. Okay. And your testimony previously, I believe that was a day or so ago, there were a significant number of weapons found, right?
That's correct.
Did you do a check on all of those weapons to see who they belonged to?
I personally did not do a check on all those weapons.
What about the knives or the ammunition? Did you check and see who those belonged to?
I'm not quite sure how to check on who the knives
I don't
belong
either.
to.
I don't either. I just asked because are you presuming that the owner of those knives and guns and ammunition is Alex Cox?
They were found amongst his belongings, so I assume that is.
And we talked about this before, when I was doing some voir dire native objection, that a lot of those items were items, the knives and the ammunition were items that you pulled out of bags and displayed for purposes of, for lack of a better word, staging them for your photo op, right?
That's correct.
Okay, okay. But again, all of the ammunition, all of the weapons, all of the knives, and the ski mask, that was found in Alex Cox's, at or near Alex Cox's belongings, right?
Correct.
So I don't want you to speculate, but you're presuming that Alex Cox owned all of this, right?
That's correct.
There's no indication that Lori Vallow had several guns and knives and things like that. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. I want to switch gears a little bit. And I want to talk to you a little bit about Charles Vallow. Okay? Okay. And I assume you've been communicating with the folks down in Arizona about all of that. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, so you're well versed in the facts as it relates to Charles Vallow, correct?
No, I wouldn't say well versed. I know the basics.
Okay, but are part of the basics to know where the court proceedings are and who was charged with what?
You would have to be more specific.
Okay, and do you know currently who's charged in the death of Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Okay, who is that?
Lori Vallow.
Okay, are you aware that the prosecuting attorney down in Maricopa County issued a
Objection hearsay?
That's the same.
Judge, I'm asking whether he's aware, not whether he.
Well, by the time you say what he's aware of, then all the information's coming through his, so it's a statement.
Okay. Are you aware that Chad Daybell is not charged with anything in Maricopa County relating to Charles Vallow?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Brandon Boudreaux's next. Who's been charged in the allegations against Brandon Boudreaux?
Lori Vallow.
Is there anybody else?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay, and you're also aware that Chad Daybell has not been charged in the allegations as they relate to Brandon Boudreaux. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Now, if Alex Cox was still alive, the suggestion seems to be that he would have been charged with both of those offenses. Would that be fair?
Objection calls for speculation.
It's the same.
Okay. Do you have any information as to who killed Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Who do you believe killed Charles Vallow?
Alex Cox.
Okay. Who do you believe took the shot at Brandon Boudreaux?
Alex Cox.
Okay, thank you. Now, did you have the occasion to look into the history of Alex Cox a little bit?
Briefly.
Okay, were you aware of an incident that occurred in, let me get the date right, August 5th of 2007?
You'd have to be more specific about what occurred on that date, sir.
On that date, there was an allegation that there was an assault on a Joseph Ryan.
That's correct.
You're familiar with that, is that right?
Yes.
And in 2007, is there any indication that Chad Daybell knew Lori Vallow in 2007?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. And in that incident, are you aware that Alex Cox committed aggravated assault on Joseph Ryan?
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to object to relevance.
I think we're outside the scope of what's happening in this case, Mr. Pryor.
Judge, can I approach, please, counsel?
Sure, outside watching.
Judge,
All right, but I just wanted to reiterate, we had an objection that was sustained on relevance grounds, and the court confirms that objection, including under 403, it's not relevant for purposes of this case.
Judge, based on that ruling, the state would move to strike the question.
All right, the question is stricken, that topic won't be allowed.
I would like to talk to you a little bit about Chad Daybell's phone, and I'd like you to refresh my recollection. Okay? Yeah. You made mention that on the 26th, when you were doing the initial welfare check, you followed up with calls to Mr. Daybell. Is that right?
That's right.
And your testimony was that you weren't able to get an answer, or the phone was turned off?
Every time we called, it went straight to voicemail, I believe.
Oh, okay. All right. Did you have an opportunity to go through Mr. Daybell's phone records?
I personally have not, no.
So there's no indication that the phone was ever turned off, was there?
I can't testify to that. I didn't go through his records.
Right. But you can testify that it just went to voicemail.
Correct. I can testify he didn't answer.
Okay. Now, when you searched Lori Vallow's residence, there weren't any clothes in there. In the residence that she had hanging up on hangers, right?
That's correct.
Do you have any information to suggest that she had mailed or shipped her clothes to another location?
No, I don't.
Okay. And then you, at the time, you were aware that Mr. Daybell obviously was married to Ms. Vallow at that point. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is it your allegation that Mr. Daybell left on the 26th or 27th and also tried to avoid contact with law enforcement?
I can't answer why Mr. Daybell left. All I can answer to is I wasn't able to get a hold of him after that date.
Okay, and after that date, did you happen to check credit cards or phone records or anything like that to try to locate him?
Again, sir, I didn't go through Mr. Daybell's phone records.
Okay. Did you gain any information that Mr. Daybell was going on a vacation around the 26th or 27th of that, the end of the month?
We later learned that Mr. Daybell was in California.
Okay. And later learned that he was in California, and that was about the time of the 28th or 29th of November. Is that right?
I'd have to refer to my notes.
Okay. And were you aware of
Sounds right.
Okay. And again, maybe the coffee's still affecting me. I'll try to slow down, okay? But you're also aware that Mr. Daybell on the 28th being at Knott's Berry Farms, right?
Correct.
And that was a family vacation with his kids, correct?
I can't testify to who was there.
Okay. Mr. Daybell wasn't fleeing. He was on the 26th or 27th month when Lori Vallow's closet was empty. Mr. Daybell was on a family vacation.
I can't testify that he wasn't fleeing. I can testify that I knew he was in California at a later date.
Okay. And you know that later date was the end of November, right?
Close to that date, sir, yes.
Okay. And you know that subsequent to that, he went on a trip to Hawaii after that, right?
Yes, he was in Hawaii after that.
Right. So if I understand the testimony, Mr. Daybell was at some point after the 26th, went on a planned family vacation at Knott's Berry Farms, right?
I can't testify it was a planned family vacation.
Okay, all right, that's okay. And then subsequent to that, he then went to Hawaii on a trip to Hawaii where there was some contact with you folks, correct?
Yeah, we made contact with Mr. Daybell in Hawaii.
Okay. And how is it that you found out that he was in Hawaii again? Remind me, please.
Through tips that came in through our hotlines that we had set up and cell phone data.
And this is just a question, I'm kind of curious. Did maybe you just look at plane records?
Are you asking?
Yeah, I'm asking, did you guys look at?
I can't.
Oh, I'm sorry. I promised I'd slow down. Go ahead, I'm sorry, sir.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Did at any time, did you just take the initiative to look at plane records?
So each officer was tasked with different things.
Okay.
We did have an officer that looked through finance financial, and I assume he did look through plane records and credit cards.
Okay. And if Mr. Daybell was flying on a commercial plane or traveling from Boise to Knott's Berry Farm on a commercial plane, in your experience and knowledge of these things, there would have been a record of that, right?
That's correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. Now, I'm going to switch gears again a little bit, okay? Please forgive me because I just want to make sure I hit all of these subjects. And before we go there, I want to make sure you did get a subpoena from my office. Is that correct? That's correct. And you acknowledge that you've accepted that, correct? Right. And you were kind enough to contact my office and agree that if I need you to come back, you'll come back at a time that's suitable for both of us. Is that fair?
Yes.
Was there anything else discussed during that phone conversation?
They said I couldn't make it back.
Okay, and that was because, and we're not going to get into this to let everybody know, because it's nobody else's business, but you have an obligation of some sort, and I've acknowledged that, and we're going to work on that. Is that fair?
Objection elements? Sustained.
Okay. Now, as part of your investigation, and I want to be specific to J.J. Vallow, okay? The last known sign of life was the 22nd. Is that fair?
The
last time that someone
died was September 22nd of 2019.
Right, okay. And the last, at least proof of life for Tylee Ryan was September 8th.
Of 2019.
2019. So I'll do the math in my head if I can. There's 15 days difference between Tylee Ryan and J.J. Vallow. Is that correct? For the last proof of living or life, respectively.
Roughly
15 days. You think J.J. died on around the 9th of September, 8th or 9th of September, and Tylee was the 22nd or 23rd. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, as part of the investigation, you looked into where J.J. Vallow was on the 22nd of September, correct?
Correct.
And on the evening of the 22nd of September, he was at Lori Vallow's home.
That's correct.
Okay. And present in that home, staying in that home, were Lori Vallow, correct?
Correct.
At least on the 22nd, J.J. Vallow was there, correct?
That's correct.
Melanie Gibb was there, correct?
Correct.
And David Warwick was there.
Correct.
Okay. And on that evening, they were conducting some sort of a religious podcast, the three of them, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the allegation is that JJ was acting up and went into the care of Alex Cox.
Correct.
And then Alex took JJ into a separate apartment, correct?
On which day?
On the 22nd?
He took him to apartment 107, correct?
Right, his apartment or whoever was on the lease for that apartment, right?
That's right.
Okay. And then the last time that anybody saw JJ was later that evening, is that fair?
Yes.
And that was when Alex Cox was carrying JJ Vallow into the apartment of Lori, David, and Melanie Gibb, right?
Correct.
Who were all staying there together, correct?
That's correct.
And then somewhere at that point, whether it was at that point or subsequent to that evening, or that evening, that's when you believe that JJ Vallow was murdered.
That's correct.
Okay. But the next morning, there were three people in the apartment at that time early in the morning, correct?
Objection Foundation.
Well, do you know who was in the apartment early that morning on the 23rd?
On prior.
There's an objection. I think that would go on.
Sustained.
Do you have any knowledge of who was in the apartment on the 23rd of September, the morning of that morning of 2019?
Yes.
And who was there?
David Warwick, Melanie Gibb, and Lori Vallow.
Okay, and at that point, you believe that JJ Vallow was already dead?
I can't testify to the time, but I believe he was killed.
Okay, but then within 2 hours later from that morning, you believe that he was buried on Chad Daybell's property, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, okay. You had an occasion to talk with Melanie Gibb and David Warwick, is that right?
That's right.
Now, you did it a couple of times, if I recall, one by phone, right? With Melanie Gibb?
Correct.
And that wasn't recorded, was it?
It was recorded.
It was recorded?
With her attorney?
No. No, I'm talking about a regular phone call with Melanie Gibb, without an attorney.
I don't remember a phone call.
Okay, all right, we're gonna revisit that maybe at another date, but that's fine. But you also went down to Provo, Utah. And I'm going off of memory, but it was Provo, Utah on the 4th of June of 2020, is that right?
Sure.
Now, at that point, you were interviewing both David Warwick and Melanie Gibb about information they had about these allegations, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And who else was there?
Myself, Lieutenant Ball, and Prosecutor Wood.
Okay, so the prosecuting attorney, Mr. Wood, right there?
Yes, sir.
And a lieutenant that you work with and yourself drove down to Provo, Utah.
Correct.
And was there anybody from any local law enforcement there as well?
No.
Okay, now there was an effort to record that conversation, is that right?
Yes, it was recorded.
Okay, was the entire thing recorded?
I believe the very beginning wasn't. The recorder malfunctioned or something happened that was recorded, but the majority of that interview was recorded.
The majority of it was recorded.
That's correct.
So if I represent to you that there was 22 minutes of recording on that interview, does that sound about the length of what the interview was with Melanie Gibb?
No.
It doesn't?
No.
Okay. Would it be helpful if you were able to listen to that recording and view that recording to refresh your recollection?
Refresh my recollection.
About the length of time that recording was?
It should have been longer than 22 minutes. I'll be there longer than 22 minutes.
How long were you there?
Roughly, say about an hour maybe.
Okay. Now, your testimony is that it should have been longer than 21 or 22 minutes, is that right?
That's correct.
Would it surprise you to learn that, well, you don't know exactly how long that interview took place, right?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you the exact time.
And you don't know the length of the recording itself, is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay, and in order to determine that, it would be helpful for you to refresh your recollection by listening to the interview, and it would be able to answer those questions for you. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Your Honor, I'm going to check beyond the scope.
We're way beyond the scope of your red counsel. If also the officer's going to review that, and I permitted, of course, it's not going to be in the presence of the jury. So also saying the objection on beyond the scope.
Judge, are you talking about beyond the scope of direct examination?
Yes.
Okay, then officer, we'll revisit that at another time, okay? And we'll leave that for another opportunity when I call you back. Now, on the day that JJ Vallow was found on June 9th, okay? The pictures and the testimony you showed suggested that he was wearing red pajamas, and some Skechers socks. Is that right?
Sure.
Okay, do you have a recollection of what J.J. Vallow was wearing based on your investigation when he was carried by Alex Cox from Alex Cox's apartment to the upstairs of Lori Vallow's apartment?
Objections, calls for hearsay.
It doesn't necessarily call for hearsays, wondering what he observed him wearing, you know, so
Yes.
that's how we roll on that.
Tell me if you know the answer to that.
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. Do you know whether or not J.J. Vallow was wearing red pajamas when he was carried upstairs by Alex Cox?
Sir, I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. And Judge, I think at this point, I'm going to save the rest of my questioning for when I call the officer back in my case in chief. That's okay.
Very well. You can do that. That'll conclude the cross-examination then. This time we'll begin with redirect from the state. Mr. Wood.
Your Honor, may I be handed States Exhibit 31? Yes, and States Exhibit 30. Detective, you testified earlier about when you first met Alec or Chad Daybell.
Correct.
Who was he with?
Alex Cox.
Did he look afraid of Alex Cox?
No.
Okay. Alex Cox was Chad Daybell's brother-in-law, correct? When you met him?
That's correct.
Detective, you were asked about your beliefs. Is that fair? In cross-examination, you were asked about your beliefs?
Yes.
Let's talk about your investigation. When you started your investigation, what was the scope of your investigation?
Initially, it was to find the Jeep from Gilbert, Arizona.
And then it expanded, correct?
Correct.
And then what was the scope of your investigation?
To find the whereabouts of JJ and Tylee.
And all this time you're collecting information from various sources.
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I publish States Exhibit 31?
Yes.
Detective, you were asked about your beliefs, correct?
That's correct.
And you were asked about your beliefs regarding, I'm going to call it the paintball incident. Is that fair?
Yes.
And when I'm talking about that, to your understanding, what am I referring to?
The attempted shooting of Tammy Daybell.
And you testified you don't believe it was a paintball gun.
That's correct.
Okay. So why not?
Through our investigation, we learned that Alex Cox was in the area and on the property of Chad Daybell the morning that Tammy Daybell was shot at October 9th. Through Google searches from Homer J. Maximus, which was Alex's Google account, the night that Tammy Daybell was shot, It was a colder evening. And the Google searches were how to make an AR-15 function in cold weather. And without referring to my notes, I can refer to my notes.
Would it refresh your memory to review your notes?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may the witness look at his report.
No objection.
Yes, you can look at it, not to testify from, to refresh your recollections, so once you looked at that, it's now.
On October 8th, the night before we believe Tammy was shot at, Alex is Googling drop yardage from 300 yards to 100 yards, which we assumed when you're shooting a rifle, you're adjusting your sights to your target. That was the night before. The morning of the shooting, Alex was on Mr. Daybell's property. We have him driving up and down the road of Mr. Daybell's property and also on the property. Later that evening into the early morning hours of October 10th is when he Googled how to make your AR-15 function in cold weather. So that's why we believe that it wasn't just a paintball gun. We believe that Alex Cox was there to shoot Tammy Daybell.
Okay. I'm going to have you look at this timeline. As far as where these dates are accurate, correct?
I'm sorry.
As far as you're aware, these, in pursuant to your investigation, these dates are accurate, correct?
That's correct.
Did the fact that Tammy Daybell died 10 days after that incident have any bearing on whether or not you believe it was a paintball gun?
Yes.
Did the fact that Chad Daybell got married 17 days later have any bearing on belief whether or not it was a paint gun?
Yes.
The fact that there were 2 children buried on Chad Daybell's property have any bearing on whether or not you believe it was a paintball gun?
Yes.
Did the fact that Lori Vallow's husband died within months of these other deaths have any bearing on your belief of whether or not it was a paintball gun?
Absolutely.
And finally, did the fact that Brandon Boudreaux was shot at on October 2nd, 2019 have any bearing on your belief of whether or not it was a paintball gun?
Yes.
And it's your belief that Alex Cox was tied to these events, correct?
That's correct.
And because you were asked about your beliefs, was it your belief that Chad Daybell was tied to these events?
Yes.
Why?
Based on our investigation, the lies that we've been told, the fact that we tried to get a hold of the kids' mother, Lori Vallow, kid's stepfather, Chad Daybell, their uncle, Alex Cox. We weren't able to get a hold of anybody. We were left in the dark. Based on all those events, that's what our beliefs were as a collectively.
Pursuant to your investigation, you know when Alex Cox died?
December 12th, 2019.
At any time after Alex Cox died, did Mr. Daybell call the Rexburg police to report that there might be dead children located on his property?
No, he didn't.
Did he call the Rexburg police with any concerns that perhaps his wife had been harmed by someone?
No, he didn't.
Did he call the Rexburg police?
In apartment 107 with Lori Vallow.
And did you ask for Lori Vallow's phone number?
I did.
And what was his first response?
Judge, this has been asked to me.
This is a response to the cross.
Overall, his response was he didn't know her cell phone.
Detective, you were asked a little bit about how you do an investigation. Correct?
Correct.
And we spoke about the scope of your investigation in this case.
Correct.
Because your testimony that you followed where the evidence took you in this case.
That's correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Wood.
Judge, there were some issues that were opened up. I'd like the opportunity to meet the witness.
There were a few, so I'll allow a limited recross, particularly considering your statement, you're going to recall the witness, so it'll be limited, but if you'd like to, Mr. Pryor, you may.
Detective, there was some testimony about, I'll wait for you to
Thank you.
There was some testimony that you had the whereabouts of Alex Cox on the property of Chad Daybell, and that would have been on the 9th
That's correct.
of October.
Yes.
Do you have a recollection of how long he was there on that property?
I don't.
Okay, and you're basing that knowledge on his phone records and his pings, right?
Correct.
Did you have an occasion to look at all of Alex Cox's whereabouts on that day by way of his phone records, or did you just look at that specific time?
We were more interested in that specific time.
Okay, and I gather from your testimony that you didn't look at between 8 and 10 o'clock on the 9th when the paintball incident took place. You didn't look at that time for Alex Cox's whereabouts, did you?
If I remember right, I didn't get his location near the property at that time. There was no location.
Okay. And isn't it true, officer, that you didn't get his location at that time because Alex Cox's phone was pinging in Idaho Falls at that time, several miles away?
I can't testify to that.
Okay. But you know he wasn't on the property by way of all of the metadata. That's the word you used, right? Metadata?
Correct.
By the metadata, Alex Cox wasn't on the Daybell property when Tammy Daybell was shot at with a paintball gun, correct?
No, sir, I can't answer that. I can answer that Alex Cox's cell phone or his device was not on the property.
Okay, and you could also say that his device was on Chad Daybell's property sometime in the morning of the 9th of October, right?
And driving down the roadway in front of the property.
Right. I don't know who else on the property on 9th of October, do we?
I can't testify to who was on the property.
Right. So we don't know if he was there by himself or is he there with other folks, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And when we're talking about you've been on the Daybell property, right? A couple of times.
Yes.
And you took a photo of the car, and we're going to revisit that next time we get together. But, it's not 100 yards from the end of the Daybell driveway to the road, is it?
No, sir.
Do you have an idea how long that driveway is? Could you give me an idea if you know?
I couldn't testify to that.
Is it 50 yards?
No, I would say maybe 30, maybe
30 yards?
20 yards.
So 60 to 90 feet.
That's my rough guess, yes.
Okay, so if we're looking at a rifle at 300 yards and dropping it down to 100 yards, we don't need 100 yards to get from one end of the Daybell driveway to the other, do we?
What our investigation or our belief was, if you're asking me what my belief is.
No, I'm asking you the distance down the end of the Daybell driveway to the top of the Daybell driveway. That's not 100 yards, right?
Well, that's correct.
That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Wood is the state of policy.
Can we approach?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I mean, this is what this is stand.
Oh, I didn't know where that. We are. You want to have the sidebar first?
No.
Okay. Well, Lieutenant Garcia, you may go ahead and return down. And because you are still under subpoena, maybe recall, I will admonish you to abide by the court's exclusionary rule. You're not permitted to review testimony trial between now and the time you return testimony. If you fail to follow that and follow the trial or observe any testimony, you will not be permitted to testify again. All right. Okay. Thank you. All right, council, if you'll give me a moment, I want to clarify our record on exhibits admitted through that last witness and make sure the court has a clear record of what came in as it relates to exhibit 34. So we did have stipulation that on the record here, and for the jurors to know as well, we had, I believe 34 had separate attachments or would be separate exhibits, 34A, B, C, D, and E. Is that what 34 consists of?
Yes, Judge, and state is stipulated to the admission of all of 34, which included those separate exhibits. They've already been stipulated.
Okay, and understanding they were stipulated to, still on the record, I'm going to make clear that exhibits 34A, 34B, 34C, 34D, and 34E have all been admitted into the record and are evidence in case. Does the state concur with that?
That sounds accurate, Your Honor.
Okay. Council, when we conclude, I'll have you stick around for a minute to also see if we need to further clarify exhibits on the record. At this time, ladies and gentlemen of the jury and those in attendance, I've discussed scheduling here with counsel. We got this trial started and moving along with jury selection a little quicker than anticipated, and the state is at its stage of putting on its case in chief. They're doing their best to line up witnesses to appear here coming a little sooner than anticipated. And that's the explanation. We are going to go ahead and conclude for today in order to allow the state to have a full day's worth of evidence and testimony beginning on Monday. And then next week, we should be on a full slate of Monday through Friday trial. Notice also, as I mentioned previously, that tomorrow is not going to be a day of trial. So as I understand it, the state would request that we then conclude the trial for the week and commence again on Monday morning. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
The state, or I'm sorry, does the defense have an objection to that?
No objection, Judge. Thank
you. Okay. So before you leave then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is a pretty long break in between evidence now that you are sworn jurors in the case. And I will again admonish you to please do everything you can to not do anything to learn about the case, investigate the case, look the case up, follow any media in the case. If you do see anything being reported, try to avoid that. Don't talk about the case to anyone else or any of the evidence or facts with anyone, including with each other. You can only do that when you start your deliberations. And when you return on Monday morning, when we'll commence at 8:30 with more evidence, I will be asking the jurors as they return to complete those admonitions and certify under penalty of perjury that you have followed that instruction. So I appreciate you doing that so far. I have confidence you will continue to do that. And thank you for your time and efforts today. That will conclude our trial for today, and we will resume again on Monday with further evidence.
All rise, please.
Thank you. Please be seated. The matter on the exhibit 34 is the court is referencing the defense trial exhibits, and 34 is listed. It says 34A through E, Alex Cox Google searches in October 2019. There's also a 34F and a 34G through J and a 34K through Y. So I just wanted to make clear what came in the record today that will be admitted. We have 34A A through E.
That's correct, Judge. The other ones are yet to come.
Okay.
So, and I'm sorry it was confusing. I tried to do this as plainly as possible and have it all on a thumb drive so that the court can make it easier for the jury. But at this point, it's only A through E. The others have been admitted, Judge. I just haven't referenced them yet.
Okay, and just to be clear, even though admitted or and agreed to be admitted by stipulation, for this record to be accurate and for future reference to the record, each time a new exhibit is referenced, it needs to be just called out on the record so the clerk keeps an accurate list of what exhibits have come in and that those track with the actual exhibits. So I think the system works. We just need to make sure that individually, for example, with that, if there's multiple exhibits within a number, then we outline exactly what came in. That way we make sure the jury doesn't see any evidence they weren't supposed to see and they see all the evidence they are supposed to see. So we'll continue to work on that process as we start next week. Before we conclude today, then, is there anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Anything further from the defense?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thanks everyone in attendance today, also for following the court's conduct orders. I appreciate it very much. And we'll be recessed for the day.
All rise, please.